5, 6 years. And I see a smaller municipality, Quadaguza municipality, who've been working with over the last few years as well. So I always say that your target for commercial plans should really be about a week, 5 days, not 60 days, right? And everything else can be within 2 weeks. And that's kind of the target that we're looking for. Now I see Broderick Maruping from City of Joburg's here. We've been helping them over the last 6 years. And Broderick and I have been working together building systems during COVID, talking every single day. And I just checked in with Joburg last night, and they're averaging 1-day turnaround times, okay, for anything, right? So it can be done. If you're asking, can it be done? It can. So it's all about reducing steps and turnaround times. I'm going to talk about digital transformation and your business model capabilities, heat map, design thinking, and how to make money. So I did WhatsApp Advocate Toto Faduli from SACAP, the South African Council of Architectural Professionals. Can't see him. Toto, are you still around? Oh, he's the next speaker, right? There's Toto, right? So I thought I could catch him last night and just have a conversation about how he could help his registered professionals in supplying better quality plans to the municipality. So metros have all sorts of numbers, and if I can remember off the cuff, I think 70% of plans are refused in Cape Town. That's 7 out of 10, right? It's not good because you're holding back building, okay? And that creates jobs because the guy who digs the trenches needs that job, right? The bricklayer needs that job. So the longer you take to put your plan in, the worse it is. So it's important that the architects or registered professionals submit high quality plans. So I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence, right? And I'm hoping that the laws accommodate for technology as well. Right, so here's the business idea. Since we have a high refusal rate of building plans coming in, we build an AI portal that sits outside that's provided by SACAP. So what happens is the registered professionals can then submit their building plans into the portal, and it can do a pre-scrutiny. So essentially it looks at Part A of SAM 400, right? And check that everything's in place. If we really want to push the envelope, we can say that it could do the plans assessment as well. And if it does do plans assessment, then you would be moving more towards self-regulation in the end, which is way down the road. So if we had to get this working, and I did say about, this conference is about resilience, so how do we diversify our revenue streams? So if we look at this, I want you to take out your calculators at the moment. Pull out your phones, and we're just going to run some numbers and just see how this works. You have your calculator open? All right, so let's assume there's 270 municipalities, thereabout. I think that's the number. And there are an average of 10 plans per day, right? And there are 21 days in a month, times 12 months, and then perhaps we charge a nominal fee of 100 rands to do the pre-scrutiny. So we pump it into the AI portal, and the machine checks it for you. What number is that? 68 million. So Advocate Toto, SACAP can potentially make 68 million rands whilst you sleep. Okay, so if you had to, the business case is here. So if you had to do this, and let's assume, I mean, the take-up is 10%, right? That's 6.8 million rands. Or the take-up is 1%, you know, it's what, 640,000, right? So you could still do this. If you do not do this, then there's a gap in the market. Then the private sector will develop this for you if you don't do this. So government needs to take this and be more resilient, right? Be more agile and do things in 100 days. So a few years ago, we took officials to Dubai, where we had the Ease and Cost of Doing Business conference. And Dubai shared how they do things in 100 days. So they are agile. So I know that within a metro or municipality, you have to follow through your supply chain process, and it takes anything between 6 months and 18 months. I work with the metro, so I know this. It takes a while. So you have to be agile if you want to be resilient. You have to be adaptable, you have to be versatile. And that's the only way you could do this. So I'm going to step back as well on the diversifying revenue streams. So in terms of digital, you could also use the mobile app capability. So creating your mobile app, you have information about the land, you have a land information system, and you can provide all the GIS layers, you can provide zoning information, access to previously approved plans, etc. You can use something called freemium. So freemium is a concept of free and a premium side. Like if you're on LinkedIn, there's a free portion, and then there's a paid portion. Or there's an app like a game where you could do in-app purchases. So similarly, you can make money out of this as a municipality by leveraging the information that you already have. You have information about property, so you can sell property trends, which the developers will certainly buy, right? I'm sure you're willing to pay for that, right? Exactly. So you have to think laterally to be able to do this. So now let me go back to the beginning of my presentation. Right, so on a daily basis, what I do for a living is on the ease and cost of doing business. It's really about, the World Bank had a benchmark study where it used to evaluate 190 economies around the world. That's the ease of doing business. And we work closely with the DTI on ease of doing business and National Treasury. So this has stopped 2-3 years ago. But the story I would like to tell you is that there's a new version of ease of doing business called Be Ready, which has already started and is being piloted with 6 countries. And South Africa will participate in it in the next year or 2. But what I want to say is when the ease of doing business benchmark study was being done, South Africa was in the late 20s, around 28 out of 180 odd economies, right? Then it just went backwards, right? And around 2018, it was sitting at around number 84 out of 190 economies, right? And it was just going backwards. But I'm glad to say that when we worked with the South African government on a multiple set of indicators, like starting a business, paying taxes, registering property, trading across borders, they made many reforms. So if you look at starting a business, when we worked with the CIPC, Advocate Rory Fuller, it used to take 44 days and 7 steps to register a business. And with the introduction of BizPortal, it takes less than 10 minutes and 1 step. So back to your conversation about all those laws that we have, we are over-regulated. We help the presidency on the red tape reduction, and they know of this. We are over-regulated. So how do we do this? We work together. We use systems. Okay, so the BizPortal integrates with Home Affairs, so there's no paper. Don't have to upload your ID or anything of that sort. And when you submit your application through, it authenticates you. It goes to the Department of Labor, to UIF, goes to the Department of Labor for Compensation Fund, goes to SARS and gets your tax number. It generates it, all in 1 step. So if South Africa was still being evaluated by the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business benchmark study, it certainly would be in the top 3. That's my guess. When I ran the numbers, I have access to a spreadsheet that can run some numbers. Similarly, for building plans, what Broderick's been working on over the last couple of years, reduced steps, reduced turnaround times would definitely be in the top 3. So I want South Africa to continue with the reforms. All the metros needs to work on this and ensure that we have a better economy. If we looked at, I looked at the construction sector, the GDP growth, I pulled that from Joburg's IDP. it was sitting at minus 2.18%, so it's shrinking. I looked at eThekwini just last week, it's sitting at 0%. That means not growing. All right, that means you can't create jobs. And I always say this, you're getting paid on the 25th of the month, like clockwork. And if you didn't do your less than 30 days or less than 500 squares and greater than 500s, you still get paid on the 25th. Doesn't matter, right? There's no compliance or performance issue around that, okay? Okay, I meant to be pointing there. So let me talk about digital transformation. So of late, I helped City of Joburg to the development planning on doing their digital transformation strategy. So digital transformation strategies are what I would advocate to all metros, all municipalities, so that they embark on it. We need to be able to leverage technology. But just a few concepts. If you digitize, it means you're taking a piece of paper, you're scanning it in, and it's on the system, if you digitize. If you digitalize, it means that you are taking your business process and you're putting it into a system. Now, digital transformation is doing things hectically different in a transformative way. So if you were doing, let's say you had 20 procedures, you're now going to do it in 3 procedures. So 17 are going away. That means you are radically changing things. Now, you must radically change your business model, right, in order to be able to do this. So what do I mean by this? People in the building control industry will know you do building plans, inspections, you do a little bit of law enforcement or compliance, and some of you even have outdoor advertising under your banner. Those things, those 4 key or 3 or 4, 5 activities that you have, you need compelling value propositions. So when you serve the private sector, you need to ensure that you are giving them customer delight. You can't say 30 or 60 days. You've got to say, I'll do it tomorrow. By tomorrow, you will have your building plan, and you're good to go. And that includes the circulation to the various departments digitally. So the business models have to change with unique selling propositions to the private sector. It also has to change by knowing what channels you're going to use or relationships, and you've got to know who your primary stakeholders are and your secondary stakeholders. But also you've got to know where money is coming from, right? What your revenue streams are and where your cost side is, right? So you've got to know the numbers as BCOs. You have to know how much money you're making for the year, for the last 5 years. Is it going up? Is it going down? You've got to know how much of what the construction sector is, your contribution to employment. Those should be your KPIs. Your contribution to the GDP, those should be your real KPIs, not the less than 500 and greater than 500. Those are not so great ones, okay? Because we need to solve real problems that we have in South Africa. Things like poverty, right? You just go around the corner at every street, you're going to find people begging. As you drive through, you're going to see the informality. You're going to see lots of shacks. And that's the problem we rather spend our time doing. So your business models are important. The next bit is on the capabilities heat map. You need to understand your capabilities. You've got to rework things. So I did say something controversial a couple of weeks ago where I said, you have building inspectors from building control, you have inspectors from town planning, you have inspectors from law enforcement, and I'm saying they are all inspectors. They can all do all of those. You need to pool them together because you can leverage it. Some of the municipalities work in regions. Some are working harder than the others. We need to be able to leverage that, okay? If you look at the municipalities, right, there are around 270 municipalities. If they're going to digitalize, all of them will go through an SEM process, which takes between 6 and 18 months, I said, to buy a similar type of system that checks building plans. Shouldn't we be having, as South Africa, a single system, a single transversal system, right? We need to be thinking that way as we change the law as well. So how do we go about engaging with all the various stakeholders? We use a design thinking approach. So the design thinking approach is really about having a vision, like what you said, like world-class African city, etc. So we need to have a vision, put a stake in the ground, and say, this is what we're going to be doing. All right, we want this. And we need to be able to empathize. That means I need to place myself in the shoes of the developer, in the shoes of the homeowner, and see how they feel their pain. You have to understand the pain points. Right? Remember, they want their home. Not a house, they want their home to be able to stay in it. So when you take and throw the law and says, I got 14 days to do an occupancy certificate issuance, that's crazy, right? Broderick, remember we did the whole thing, it took us a few minutes, right? To issue the OC, so it can be done in a few minutes if everything's in order by leveraging technology, right? So it's about empathizing, defining the problems, and in ideating, it means we come up with solutions. We co-create solutions. That means you use the private sector, like the developers and the homeowners, you bring them together and say, how about we do things this way? And then you prototype it. You try it out and you fail fast. Remember that. If you're taking anything today, fail fast, but try it. Don't be afraid to try stuff. And I know things like there's this thing called in government fruitless and wasteful expenditure, right? So when you want to innovate, you're going to fail. So you need to write it down and raise both hands and say, I'm going to fail, right? 8 out of 10 times, because I'm trying lots of things, but I'm going to hit right with 2 things. So it's important that we try things and don't be afraid to this. Maybe some updates on policies and stuff needs to be put into place. And of course, when you prototype, you need to be able to test it, see that it works or it doesn't work. If it works, just keep it running. But remember the 100 days, you need to be agile when you do this. Right, I just want to go back. So in closing, we need to be more citizen-centric or more customer-centric. We need to be more business-centric because business is what makes the economic wheels turn. If you look in Switzerland, I think it's 90-odd% GDP growth is coming from the small, medium enterprises, not the large corporates. And you'll see in our country now the corporates are actually shrinking. So we need to promote economic growth. We need to help our small businesses grow. And that's where the job opportunities will actually come through. So think about reducing your steps and your turnaround times, however long steps you have to take. I really like something from the city of Cape Town called the stupid rule button. If you never heard of it, Google it, right? So the stupid rule button is you can go in and say, we've been doing this for the last 20 years. Why are we doing this? It doesn't make any sense. So they go and log it in. And then the city manager or the executives, mayor, etc., will look at it and say, actually, this is a stupid rule, let's get rid of it. All because they want to make it easier to do business in their city, right? So don't forget about your business model. When you do go back, you can just Google business model canvas. There's free tools. You put your business model on one page. So I'm not asking you to write a 100-page strategy and so on. One page, that's it. And if you can't explain your strategy in one page, I think we're kind of losing it. Because nobody's reading more than a page these days, right? So your business model is important, and having your capabilities heat map is equally important. Knowing which processes or capabilities you are deficient in, where you need some change. So you could also look at creating new capabilities, right? So as, let's say, plans examiners would not do stuff, they could become data scientists. So if we're looking in the 4th industrial revolution, it's new types of roles will be emanating. We shouldn't be looking at the 1977 stories of the Act. Okay, I was 7 years old then. Some of you were not born. Okay. So we need, again, the design thinking approach. And most important for me is engage with the stakeholders and do things fast, fail fast. 100 days, fail fast. And lastly, it's important that you create some sort of digital transformation strategy to diversify your revenue streams. And I spoke about two things. The two things was using AI, right, to you really leveraging technology, artificial intelligence, and the other one is like creating mobile apps. Thank you. I hope you've learned something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. SCM processes take very long. So I get your point when you say, why don't we say municipalities use one transversal system, digitalize, and then get your plans approved. So, yeah, then there will be resistance, whether they are in the interest of the organization or individuals, we don't know. Thank you very much for that. As we move on, one parent was highly frustrated by the child who misbehaves at home, and the teacher as well, frustrated. Then the teacher, you know what they do. They write a letter or a note, bring your parent. And when the note got home, the lady say, hey, I've got also issues. Bring your teacher. So how are you going to solve a problem? Who's wrong, who's right? Because the mother say, I also have a lot of problems. Please tell your teacher to come with you tomorrow so that you can deal with this. So we have heard about building resilience problem. I like the idea of being customer-centric and business-centric in what we do, not self-servicing. Because in most instances, and the bonus that you got for performance bonus was mainly on the things that you said you will do that are within your control without having really anything to do with the customer. So how business-centric are those key performance areas that we have? So I think that is very critical. Now we would like to hear about building resilience through collaboration to improve the quality and standard of service. Ladies and gentlemen, Advocate Toto Fiduli for you. You can give him a hand as he comes.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting us. I think since I joined SACAP over 10 years ago, I've attended the convention from 2014. And I think from those years, we've built good relationship between the building control functionaries and the council. And I think it's important that we continue to build that relationship. And today I want to talk about that. I'm not here to cause trouble, Elohim, I'm not here to cause trouble, I want peace. But I want us to work together to advance the built environment, but also to advance the architecture profession. Because when they design the buildings, the expectation is that the approval process must be efficient so that buildings can start, construction can start, and then the benefits that go to local communities in terms of jobs, projects, and so forth can be able to be implemented. If you move to the next slide. So basically, these are the points that I want to quickly, deal with. And I think it's common cause that the building control officers are actually statutory functionaries, and their roles and functions are clearly stipulated in the law. And that's why I want to touch on that and try to link it to how does it link to the architectural profession, because our professionals interface most of the time with the building control functionaries. And sometimes there's issues there and there. But we try to iron them from time to time, because my inbox is just full of emails from complaints and complaints and complaints from our professionals about the building control officers across the country, not only one municipality. And, but I also touch on some of the issues that have been raised in the past. I think City of eThekwini, they've raised issues about the identification of work. How do they help us to make sure that it's implemented? So I'll touch on that. We need to find solution to make sure that the identification of work is enforced, because it deals with competencies. If a professional comes with a building plan, is he competent to design that particular building plan? And I think I'll touch on that as well. But also, I will also touch on the issues of that. Okay, there's this side. Yeah, I want to talk about also the issue of the certificate of competence. I visited a municipality in Sandana Bay, and one of the issues that they raised was that it's very difficult for plan examiners to be able to go to the IDOW policy, check whether this person is competent to design this building, and go back and assess the building plan. So we came up with a mechanism to say what we should do perhaps is to develop a certificate for an RP to say that these are the building typologies you are competent to perform. And therefore it becomes easy, it becomes a tick box for whoever who's assessing the plan to say that, okay, the certificate is here, he is competent to do the work, then you can assess the plan with the intention to approve or reject. Well, I think I also want to touch on the MOUs we've had with various municipalities and what is the experience. And I always talk about the city of Joburg. I know that the BSO is here. I'm not biased towards him, but we've built a strong relationship. And that's working for our professionals, as well as the city of Joburg, as well as the built environment, because the applications are being approved, construction is taking place, and the economy is working. And that's what we look for. So basically, I took a piece from the NDP, and I think it's common cause that there's always inefficiencies in terms of processing of planning applications. We've got that challenge. And many municipalities are not properly capacitated as well to handle applications. I mean, I've traveled to other municipalities in the Northwest as well as in Limpopo, and I found people who are not even qualified to be able to even assess a building plan. So we're talking about metros that have got resources and skills to be able to do the work, but other small municipalities are struggling. But how then, as government, are we able to come together to make sure that all municipalities have capacity to be able to assess these applications and process them, decline or approve, and move forward? So those are things that I think we must deal with. I mean, I've outlined the negative impacts that are caused by the delay in the approval of these applications. Of course, one of the biggest concerns to the profession is that if you are a practice, you submit an application, is delayed. It means there's no revenue to the practice. Because if a project is on stage 5, construction stage, then invoices must go in, RPs must be paid, they must be able to make sure that they pay their employees, they must pay their annual fees. So the system must go on. So if we don't make sure that we are efficient in terms of handling these applications, we are causing challenges. But I think through collaboration, as I said, we can be able to solve some of the problems. Not at once, it will take a bit of time, but I think we will find a solution. So here, I just mentioned, the role of building control officers, which is clear in the law. And of course, that law is long overdue. We were told that it's going to be reviewed. But I'm glad that the Deputy Minister is here, as well as the acting CEO of NCRS. It's long overdue. We need to be able to move and make sure that that piece of legislation is reviewed so that we can be able to be more efficient in dealing with applications going forward. So we must understand that designing and planning work must be undertaken by professionals. And in many occasions, you find that people who are not registered are able, some way, somehow, to submit applications. And that creates problems, because these people don't have a license to practice. For you to be able to design work for the public, you must have a license. We must have tested that you are competent to do this particular work. It can't be anybody who's able to do it. But in other municipalities that I've traveled in the Northwest and Limpopo, people who are not registered are able to submit applications. So we need to find a way to stop that. What we have done with the city of Joburg, as an example, is that they have got an online system together with you, Rakesh. We're able to make sure that our register interlink with their online system, so that when you submit an application, already the systems are speaking to each other to check whether you're competent. But going forward now, we want a system that will be able to assess whether a person is competent to do that particular building that has been submitted, so that only those who are competent to do particular work are able to submit work. Now, I just reinforce there that if you look at the NBR, you know, it does in fact refer to our legislation, you know, the Engineering Act, the Architectural Profession Act, to show that it is important for local authorities to work hand in hand with the Engineering Council, with the architectural profession, to advance the built environment. I think it's very critical that those relationships are built and we are able to achieve what we want to achieve. Now, coming to the IDOW, the Council for the Built Environment identified the work for the architectural profession. It was in 2020, I think it was in 2021. Now, a person who's not registered cannot perform any work identified by the CBE. And following that, we also developed a detailed IDOW policy, which has been shared with all local authorities, so that we make sure that those who are not competent to perform any particular work are not allowed. But we need to find a way of working with municipalities to make sure that happens. Because if you don't work... So basically, yeah, no, thank you for that, Program Director. So the purpose of the IDOW really is to ensure that professional functions are performed only by persons with necessary competence. And we as a regulator, we've got that mandate to make sure that we assess people and confirm them that they are competent. So we are there to protect public safety. Obviously, there's also a pecuniary interest, you know, of members of the public who are spending money in these projects. They want people who are competent to do the work, as well as the quality standards as well. So we want to make sure that those who perform the work, they've got the confidence, especially the public, that work is performed by people who are competent, especially the public and the employers. So I spoke briefly about the certificate that we've developed. So that certificate it has the building types that a professional architectural draftsperson, for example, is certified to perform. So every professional who submits an application is not a professional architect. That application must be accompanied by this certificate of competence. And we've asked various municipalities, within their submission requirements, they must make it a requirement to say that when you submit your application, it must be accompanied by this. In that way, you are able to assess whether a person is qualified to do that particular work. Now, the MOUs are very important, and we've seen the benefits of MOUs with the city of Joburg, with Mangaung municipality, the city of Cape Town. They help us work together. For example, with the city of Joburg, I get lots of emails from the profession about the delay in the approvals, poor communication. Immediately, I escalate to the BCO, and he gently assists to make sure that these queries are addressed quickly. It's something that we want to build with all local authorities across. I spoke to one gentleman from our municipality during the break. We have to fast-track that MOU so that we can be able to make sure that we assist our professionals. So it's something that I want to advocate for going forward with all local authorities. So there are challenges that are faced by building control officers, particularly the quality of the submissions. I think Rakesh touched on that. And some of these challenges are quite basic, I mean, because it's administrative issues. When I was at Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, one of the issues they raised was that if you look at the basic things that are not complied with, are things that really should not be a problem. But they are a problem to many of our professionals. So we agreed at that particular meeting that we will have a webinar, for example, and they will identify all the challenges with the applications. And we sit down with the professionals and workshop them so that next time they submit an application, it's a better application. Maybe it can move faster. We want to do that with other municipalities. City of Joburg, on quarterly basis, they provide us with the approval timelines as well as the number of queries they have on the plans. That helps us as well to identify the problems so that we can go back to the profession and say, these are the challenges. Let's workshop you and empower you to be able to comply, because it's good to design a beautiful building, but it must comply with the regulations. So we also accept the SACAP that there are those challenges that you, as the building control functionaries, are facing, and we want to support you so that we can overcome those challenges. So the other thing that we also want to deal with our IT is also dealing with is this issue of a building plan registering system. And I think your suggestion that you also spoke to earlier on will really marry into this as well, because we don't want to burden the municipalities with enforcing IDOW. We accept that it is a responsibility of a regulator to make sure that professionals do the work that they are competent to do. And therefore, we are developing this register to make sure that before any plan is submitted to any municipality, it must be submitted through this system that we are developing. And then we will then assess whether the person, firstly, is registered, and secondly, whether the person is competent to design this particular building. Because we don't want a draft person designing a hospital. That will create chaos. You know, we want those who are competent to do the work. So this system is going to help, because all the building plan application will have to go through that system first. And then that system then generates a number which must be used then to submit to the local authority. And therefore, it takes away the responsibility from you to be checking whether this person qualifies to do the work or whether it's registered. Already there's that unique number that you have. So I think it will help a lot. But I think we'll engage further with the municipalities that we have MOU with, as well as those who are who are free to enter into this MOU with us, because others may not be interested. So that's my presentation. So all I'm saying is that let's work together to build resilience, to achieve efficiency, because we need to be efficient in how we do things so that we can be able to achieve the intended outcomes that we want to achieve. But thank you very much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, we will see more municipalities coming forward to work with SACAP. We are open. Thank you. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much for that. I think the common denominator from the latest presentation is the City of Johannesburg seems to be doing something right, from turnaround times to the systems and approving and the like. But mine will be hijacked buildings. If you can do the same to managing those, we will be very happy. Right. Now it's about environment and climate changes presentation, and Dr. Sean O'Donoghue is here. Can we give him a hand? I have nothing to say. I'll wait for him to come.
Thanks very much, Program Director, and thanks for staying with us, Deputy Minister. It's great to have you here and listening to our stories. And my presentation is really going to be, on the face of it, quite removed from your daily lives as building control officers and people in the built environment, but I hope to show how that it does relate to you and whether you can build this into your thinking at some stage in your daily work that you undertake. Don't worry about the details on this slide too much. It's more the principles that I want to talk about. You know, as South Africa is a developing economy, we have lots of development backlogs, lots of development challenges. We've heard about the economy needing to grow, service delivery challenges, particularly in our smaller municipalities. Capacity is at a premium where you got one poor beleaguered city official having to do multiple line function tasks, whereas in your bigger municipalities you might have one person for each of those tasks. And that's particularly true in the environmental sector as well. So we have these various challenges that we're experiencing, and we found that the issue of climate change is something that comes now on top of all these challenges. And I want to show you how climate change can actually compound these impacts that we're seeing from existing challenges. And I'll use the experience of our recent floods. We all know eThekwini municipality in particular, but more our surrounding regions as well. We've had a number of real shocks to our system in the last few years. We all experienced COVID, but then and in particular in eThekwini, but a bit in Gauteng as well, the unrest in July 21, and then we had the floods in April 22, which have been, there's been a series of floods, you know. April 2019 was serious floods again, big floods 22, and then last year in July, this year in July, we had more floods, which caused a loss of 8 lives. So this is something that we need to start building into our thinking as in our daily lives, and it affects everyone. As much as I'm talking about flooding at the moment, I know we're going into a global cycle of El Nino, and that's normally associated with much warmer temperatures. This year, we are on track to break all previous records for global temperatures, and regional temperatures are under massive pressure as well, and we've seen that in the Northern Hemisphere summer. So this is something we need to plan for our summer coming up now, and of course, in our buildings, this is something that's we can have some control in our buildings over the amount of heat people experience, those who can afford it. The impacts of climate change are kind of standard around the world, you know, either too much rain or not enough rain, too much heat, or too much high minimum temperatures. So systems or ecosystems that need lower temperatures don't get enough of that, and that has knock-on effects on the kind of services that ecosystems can provide. You know, we look in Durban to our natural ecosystems through the Durban Metropolitan Open Space system. It's a formal town planning layer, and that provides us with over 4 billion rands worth of services, free services every year, water provision, cooling, protection from flooding, and stuff like that. So I'll refer to that in a slide coming up. Those of us who live along the coastline, almost everybody needs to be planning for an amount of sea level rise, and how much sea level rise we're going to experience depends on how successfully we are able to wean ourselves off carbon economies into low carbon and zero carbon economies, because the more carbon we pump into the atmosphere, the worse we can experience. We will continue to experiencing global warming. Nothing happening. Can you assist, please? Yeah, so I'm going to actually start off by talking about the natural environment and then gradually hone into the built environment as I talk, but once we can get the slides moving, there we go. First of all, I want to talk about, we heard about the importance of research and particularly in the digitalization space and technology space. Well, it's equally important in the climate change space. You know, we're facing these novel challenges that we're not sure how to act as local government officials implementing our service delivery programs or our development programs. And we look to various forms of science, and included in those knowledge forms would be traditional and local knowledge. So engagement with communities is absolutely critical. But for us, one of our key knowledge sources in developing our climate change programs has been the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So this is all the peer review material around the world synthesized into reports to help guide us in our decision-making at local government. We also have a local research action partnership with University of KwaZulu-Natal and our other academic institutions, doing action research that provides us with very clear answers to questions that we've raised in setting the research programs, and that helps us avoid making mistakes as we implement climate change. It's difficult to avoid it completely. Someone earlier was saying about the importance of failing and learning from failing. Well, particularly in climate change adaptation, that's a part of our lifestyle. We fail as much as we succeed, but through that failing, learn and improve. And that's, I think, in life, that's quite an important thing to recognize. And we also work very closely with organizations like C40, the big climate cities leadership group, and we've had a number of programs with them. Very important, we comply with policy. So we know we've got the National Climate Change Bill, which is currently in National Assembly, and that within the next 2 years, that's going to have a much more tangible effect on our lives than we are currently affected by climate change. At the moment, we're guided by strategy, but once the legislation's in place and it's enacted, there's going to be quite clear implications, particularly for the built environment sector as well. So it's worth keeping yourselves updated on what's coming there. So how do we integrate climate change into practice? This is where I sort of go left field into the green spaces. At a landscape scale, we have Durban is in a global biodiversity hotspot. So we've got this amazing amount of biodiversity here, high levels of endemism of plants and species only found here. And so we have a requirement to protect it, but we also know that these ecosystems provide us with these benefits that I talked about earlier. And so at a landscape scale, we need to plan our landscape to the point where we have our built environment sections and make space for ecosystems as well, because they provide us with these services. And I'll give you some examples of them. While we're waiting for this to respond, a lot of our climate change adaptation work is based on working with communities to manage ecosystems, keep them intact so that we don't lose them to alien invasive plant invasions. And sorry, I should have been a bit more sort of crying for help a bit better. Thanks. Yeah. And so providing communities with job opportunities to manage the landscapes that actually help protect them from climate change impacts, and that we call it community ecosystem-based adaptation. And we coined that phrase during 2011 when we hosted COP17, the Conference of the Parties. So just some examples, and you can see it throughout Durban if you travel around. If you go down to the beachfront, the new section of promenade that was built by Vetchies by the harbour wall. It's a really interesting engineering behind it. The engineering goes quite deep, very deep. You won't see it. All you see is sand. but that's to prevent scouring under of waves, wave action. But in front of that, protecting that, are dunes. And you'll see right up along the most of the beachfront, we have these dune protection. And that protects us from moderate sort of wave events, and it provides a buffering effect. What people don't often see, though, is on a pumping easterly, when I'm flying my kite surfing, where if you look at those dunes, you'll see all the sand that's blowing along the beach gets entrained into the dune system. And where there's dunes, there's very little sand on the promenade, much less than where there isn't dunes. And that's a really nice example, an elegant example of how natural systems combined with built systems make a much better whole system. You can use natural systems to buffer your built environment. And that's where I'm going with this the next 5 minutes or so. Other examples, wetlands and floodlands, slowing down floodplains and wetlands, slowing down floodwaters, cleaning up water, cooling forests, cooling us, grasslands, letting water recharge into the groundwater so that our rivers flow during the dry season. All these things that nature does for us for nothing, for free. This picture was during the floods last year, and we saw this many, many times throughout the city, and we've got a real interesting database of images where our river courses have been overrun with alien invasive plants. Partly the growth of the plants is encouraged by the warmer conditions, but mostly it's just because they haven't been managed. Lots of plastic, and we see that, and we've seen that in so many places around the city where it backs up against infrastructure. The river can't flow through it, and then it diverts through settlements. So that's when it really starts affecting the built environment. So if we manage that process, if we clear our waterways and we manage the natural environment so that it's functioning nicely to provide us with the ecosystem services, then we're not going to have that system. And we've done some really good work in a program called the Transformative River Management Program, where communities manage stretches of stream, and that where that is being implemented in the city, we've seen that there was much less damage in those areas than where it's not being implemented. And we've done the maths around this. There's a really good cost-benefit, a business case to be made for avoided damage under future climate change conditions, more intense rainfall, but also in terms of job creation and circular economies that you can develop from this. The city has a really good project called Green Corridors, taking dirty river waste and making paving stones and stuff out of that. And it's actually quite flashy because it's got pieces of glass that looks really nice. And the higher end developments can take that as a environmentally aware sort of publicity thing. Just one thing about those floods, most of the damage that we've seen, and we figured this out from the studies we've done, we can only attribute climate change to about 10% of the damage that we recorded. So climate change is probably only but between 8 and 11% was due to climate change. Most of it was already existing problems within the catchment. Like I said, these waterways choked, drainage not being cleaned, maybe inappropriate development or insufficient enforcement over the years. Durban's on a very unstable geological foundation, the sands. There were big sand dunes here. And when the water seeps in, because we had days of rain before the actual flood event, everything becomes unstable. So if you are building in your property and you're not using the correct sort of engineering approaches, or if you're cutting corners, then that becomes very dangerous. And we saw in a number of places, the other big category of damage was landslips. And quite often you can trace these landslips up to a certain house, up a hill that didn't do something properly. And then it cascades and it gets worse as it goes down until somebody really loses a lot. So that's something as regulators and as building control officers we need to look at to make sure that under the climate change conditions we're expecting, our regulations and standards are going to be suitable to match our needs. I think this might be the last example I give because I've got 5 minutes left. A couple of years ago, we did a workshop in Isipingo down in the south of the city called Urban Design Climate Planning. And there's 4 elements to this. First of all, you look at the structure of the layout of your urban settlement are all your different systems that's supposed to connect, like your railway, your shopping precincts, and other onward transport, stuff like that. Are they connected in a way that's efficient, that doesn't require much energy to move around or too much movement of people? Is the form and layout of your urban development, is it in a way that's suitable to allow the movement of wind through the settlement, or using the passage of water through, so that you aren't actually creating a problem with the water by building over rivers, but you're actually using it to get the benefit of services from that river? The materials that you use, and this is probably the most applicable to yours, making sure that you use materials that are going to be suitable for future conditions, increased heat, and we'll see. Maybe if we're talking now in a year's time, next year in April, it would be quite nice to have this conversation again after what we expect to be quite a hot summer now, because we're in El Nino. So maybe this will help to stimulate some thinking about what appropriate materials to build from, and the use of green spaces in your urban settlements as well, because the green is the cooling, and that's quite helpful as well. Another important thing to consider is in the development of settlements, densification, but allowing for space to deal with high impact rain events, and these sustainable urban drainage systems are green and constructed wetland kind of approaches that slow water down. Traditionally, engineers just want to get water away through canals and that speeds up the water as it goes. So it becomes more erosive and more damaging. So this approach is to slow it down, to entrain it for a shorter period, so you smooth out the flood peak, so you don't have so much water coming at once. And also it has cooling benefits, and it has recreational co-benefits and stuff like that. So, this is just like a snapshot of stuff that you can do and think about, but I would encourage you to take this on board, consider the impacts of climate change. They are going to get worse before any of us are going to be alive to see it get better, because it takes hundreds and thousands of years for these big systems to work through. So we need to be preparing our settlements accordingly, and a good way to do that at the landscape scale is to match soft infrastructure, ecological infrastructure, nature systems, whatever you call it, with our built systems, and to be building in these safety systems within our settlements. I think I'll leave it there. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you very much for that. Climate change is becoming less predictable lately. I mean, it was raining, and my daughter said there's ice in the yard. So I guess it's snowing in spring or summer. 2-3 days ago. And last week we were still dressed in really winter clothes because it was so cold. So the things that we associate with springs, it's no longer really the same. So thank you very much for this community-based ecosystem adaptation to try and assist communities to be able to live with these changes. Now, I think we are having an online presentation on pathways to water resilience in South African cities by Prof. Christy Cotton from UCT. Are we ready for that?
Can you hear me? Okay. All right, let me just share my screen then.
Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, we can hear you, but we just
Wonderful.
experiencing load shedding. Give us 2-3 minutes so that our generator can kick in.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure,
It's coming on.
sure.
Just a sec for us. We just got lights, then we're gonna be.
No problem.
Prof,
Can I go ahead?
yes, we are ready for you.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you so much. And thank you for inviting me back to this forum. I'm sorry that I'm not able to join you in person. And thanks to Sean also for setting up very nicely what I'm going to talk about in terms of stormwater management. In 2019, I gave a presentation to this conference on water sensitive urban design in the National Building Regulations, and it really was just an introduction to the concepts. This presentation will look a bit more closely at the concept of water resilient cities and the importance of sustainable stormwater management. So much more about just ensuring water supply and really going into what we need and what we mean with respect to water resilient cities. Okay, let me see if I can move this on. Right. So, I mean, as you've heard, mounting pressures of climate and population changes, resource pressures, and water pollution, increasingly including disease outbreaks, and pandemics such as COVID-19, are calling for a different way of thinking about managing water in our towns and cities across South Africa. And the growth of urban areas brings with it changes to both the physical properties of land surfaces, but also those that are associated with an increase in impervious surfaces, so an increase in surfaces that don't allow infiltration, the introduction of artificial drainage, which reduces infiltration even more and increases runoff and pollutant loads. And all of these impacts have multiple adverse effects on urban rivers in particular, and it's a phenomenon termed the urban stream syndrome, which sees, as you can see from the hydrograph on the right here, it sees increased flows in the river systems, more extreme changes in flows, what we call flashier hydrographs, and much increased elevated concentrations of contaminants. So the traditional design of hydraulically efficient concrete-lined pipes is one of the principal causes of the syndrome because it results in higher flows of this contaminated runoff. And so it sort of paradoxically comes at the expense of longer-term water security by its mere nature of providing these very efficient systems. So some of the pictures to illustrate this, these are in Johannesburg, flooding in Johannesburg after a rain burst. There's the empty Theewaterskloof Dam in Cape Town. Lots of hardened surfaces, lots of loss of wetlands, lack of basic services leading to increased pollution in many urban water bodies, ecosystem degradation, biodiversity loss. You've heard all of this: flooding, water shortages, and the necessity to look for alternative water sources, as in grey water and rainwater. So, and I like the slide that Mike Webster, actually the ex-ED from Cape Town, put together around how a city like Cape Town has to start thinking about building resilience to respond to shocks, because these impacts or shocks can have multiple overlapping impacts that need to be factored into city resilience making. In Cape Town's case, we started with a very severe drought in 2017 and 2018. That shifted into a major, what is ongoing problem around water quality and the citizen action that built up around that. And then, of course, we hit 2020 with COVID, which had massive impacts on health and the economy. And these things keep repeating themselves in different ways. So how do we start thinking about building resilience? So from an urban water cycle perspective, main problems with the urban water cycle in terms of the way that it is conventionally managed is that there's often fragmented silo management institutional structures. Stormwater management is usually undertaken by roads. It's seen as a hazardous waste, and what I'd like to try and show through this presentation is that it is not a hazardous waste. Water supply is often separated from sewage collection and treatment, meaning that there is no opportunity for resource recovery or any of the circular economy concepts. And the management of water often ignores the ecological focus, as you've heard from Sean's recent presentation. So we talk about adopting the concept of water-sensitive design and water-sensitive cities as a means of ensuring urban water resilience, and particularly for this planning for uncertainty, as the program director has mentioned, so that we can consider ways in which urban livability can be enhanced through the integration, particularly of what we call nature-based solutions, this idea of blue-green infrastructure, ecosystems that allow for multiple uses and purposes through what we see as new resources, so new taps of water, thinking about water demand more carefully, being very aware that water is not a receptacle for waste, so changing people's behavior, and then also new thinking, thinking about water as a product, the multiple uses, and also that we don't necessarily need potable water quality for everything that we do. So all of this allows us improved means of engagement with a more transformative vision for urban water management that then takes into account this notion of building resilience. And in this regard, water-sensitive design is the process. So it's the way in which we achieve a water-sensitive city or a town that becomes sustainable, resilient, productive, and livable through this combination of physical infrastructure that gets put in place, buildings, stormwater infrastructure, sewage infrastructure, and the like, but also around the governance arrangements and, very importantly, the social engagement that takes place, so that we can start seeing improvements in enhanced natural water systems, things like peak runoff reduction, improved stormwater quality, increased water reuse, enhanced aesthetic and visual and social value to cities. So in this regard, over the last decade or so, and you saw the SUDS guidelines in the previous presentation, there have been major strides in developing the frameworks and guidelines for water-sensitive design in South Africa, and that has come from national, provincial, and local scale. and really starting to think about ways in which these frameworks can be implemented at large scale across the country. And building on the Day Zero crisis in Cape Town, the city here developed a new water strategy where this idea of a water-sensitive city has been explicitly included as a commitment, along with the other 4 commitments that speak to issues of access, wise use of water, diverse sources, and shared benefits and risks. And in particular, the Water Sensitive City Commitment looks at facilitating this transition over time by building diversity into their water resource mix, thinking about the optimal use of stormwater and urban waterways for purposes of not only flood control, aquifer recharge, but also reuse, recreation, and ecological principles that can start getting developed. And it obviously has to be done through new incentives and regulatory mechanisms, as well as the way in which the city makes investments in its new infrastructure. So the mainstreaming of approaches like water-sensitive design only become possible if you can move beyond physical experimentation towards the interrogation of these new and existing governance structures in a manner that can highlight policy windows for the anchoring of these insights and outscaling possibilities as well. So in this regard, demonstration projects at scale and this idea of research and thinking about what works and what doesn't become so important. So what I wanted to do today is to share very quickly a current project that we're doing here at UCT that's aimed at identifying opportunities for this physical and institutional integration of decentralized nature-based solutions into the urban water cycle, specifically to support this transition towards water resilience in South African cities. The project's funded through Danida, and the experimentation revolves around existing stormwater ponds as part of an urban landscape to try and activate vacant land, what we consider to be vacant land, even though it has a flood alleviation function, and to start thinking about blue-green infrastructure in this regard as productive multifunctional landscape spaces. So we selected a pond in Mitchell's Plain in Cape Town. Here's some pictures showing before and after our retrofitting process, which involved the construction of a 90-meter long infiltration swale using sandbags along the contour in front of the 2 inlets to the pond. Local residents were employed as labor for this, and they also have participated on an ongoing basis over the 4 years that we've been busy here in the co-design and the co-creation and management of the space subsequent to the construction. I just want to show you a slide. So the main aim was to use this infiltration swale, and here you can see how it's filled up with water after a rainstorm. It only needs about a 3-millimeter rainstorm to create runoff into the pond. And the idea is to cut off this amount of water to so that we can increase the volume of stormwater infiltrate into the Cape Flats aquifer for possible abstraction as part of a future managed aquifer recharge scheme, but also importantly to enhance the quality of water through this process. This is a formal neighborhood. It's a relatively low income, so the stormwater is not particularly bad quality, but what we have found is that there's a lot of solid waste, there's a lot of dumping, even things like old motor oil, and of course there's sediment and other pollutants that come into the scheme. So the results from our phase 1 showed pretty positive results on both of these counts, both in terms of the quantity and the quality of the water going into the aquifer, and demonstrated also that this type of retrofitting could be done at relatively low cost. But of course, you know, we have 850 odd stormwater ponds in the Cape Town metropole, where our premise here is that it's, you know, stormwater here is a wasted resource and that it pollutes urban water bodies, including groundwater, because of the different qualities of water come in. But of course, there's much more to this system than stormwater harvesting. There's much more to this than just water supply. And Sean has spoken a little bit about this already. So while the original focus was on the potential for stormwater harvesting at scale for the city, we quickly found that there was much more to it. The retrofitted pond became a multifunctional space that provides an increasing number of functions. And these include things like amenity value, telling the story and educating people around the importance of stormwater, bringing school children into the space, enhancing biodiversity, giving people access, trying to think about cultural and heritage associations. Of course, also reducing things like the urban heat island effect, still maintaining the flood control function, but really branching out into multiple functions to make this space a much more important living, breathing pond. So this is an aerial photo from a little while ago. It's sort of moved on a bit from now. And essentially what it's telling us is that this type of system, these ponds have the potential to be connected through a stormwater system, and you can see the sort of stormwater system here on the left, as a blue-green infrastructure network that supports biodiversity, it enhances amenity, and so on. It brings people into an area to think about why it is important to protect critically endangered vegetation, for example. So it really does have a very significant role to play in terms of this transition to a blue-green or water-sensitive city. So just to conclude, if we're going to think about a renewed approach to urban water resilience, we have to think very carefully about optimizing and integrating the management of all available water resources. So surface, obviously, groundwater, wastewater, and stormwater, with all the different interconnections and integration spaces that those bring. It has to be recognized that the urban water cycle is intrinsically connected to a wider catchment and its users. So whilst stormwater does contribute to recharge of an aquifer, it is also a considerable source of surface and groundwater pollution, as well as a transporter of solid waste. And so for cities on the coast, most of that gets washed down to the beaches and into the sea. So to implement green infrastructure options through in a distributed way through a city starts to take care of some of these issues. We hope to be able to create livable urban areas that place high value on water and strive to increase water use efficiency through these concepts of water sensitive design. And what we're seeing through the engagement and the management protocols that have been set up as part of this project is that people are becoming more invested in the importance of a water system that comes through their area. Stormwater has to form a key element of water resource management to a city. In Cape Town, they have moved stormwater management into water and sanitation. It still needs a greater portion of the budget, but it is starting to be linked to the bulk water supply chain so that there is an acknowledgement that stormwater is not this wasted resource. And then obviously, for all of us as we move through these transition experiments, we have to think about opportunities and challenges for implementing water sensitive interventions and those enabling governance and political and legislative policy elements that really support the change. And thank you. That's me.
Thank you very much, Prof. Christie, for that presentation. I hope we were all able to follow in terms of building resilience. Thank you very much. I guess we'll request the presenters to come to the front. We are going to the panel session. Question and answer. I don't see Rakesh anymore. Is he gone? All right, Rakesh, there was Toto this side. See outside. If someone can notify him, please. Yeah, welcome, Rakesh. All right, colleagues, your presenters are here. And indicate to whom the mic.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Program Director, for the opportunity to ask a question. My question is particularly aimed at Advocate Fiduli. Advocate, we at Midvaal local municipality, we are faced with a challenge to which our regulars, they are mostly registered as, most of them are registered as professional architectural craftsperson. So with the IDOW issue, they then applied for an LSD, the limited special dispensation. And they have since been waiting, and they are challenging us on the submissions of their applications. They claim to be competent enough, but they have nothing to show for it. We know that they were drawing everything previously, prior to 2021. But now, I just want to find out from yourself if you have an estimated time frame of the outcomes of the limited special dispensation. And then the second question is particularly aimed at the definitions on the IDOW itself, the document. There's words that are not defined in there. Example, a draftsperson is supposed to only draw up to a simple single story. And my simple may differ from your simple. And it's becoming a challenge when you say to them, this is a complex single story, and they say, but to me it's simple. So if such things were defined, then we would have a leg to stand on as building control officials. I thank you.
Are there any further questions? We will take maybe, okay, there's the hand.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask the question.
Okay, sorry, I'm requested if you can also first identify yourself. Then,
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Taban Buisa from Rankunya Municipality in the South Coast. We have heard from, my question is directly to the SACAP Institute. I just want to find out if, from the position of a building control officer, what is expected of him if there is an improper conduct from one of the, because we've had a lot of encounters from the people that they will employ an architect will have an improper conduct. Maybe there's a payment or there's a fight between, but it always ended up with the building control officer. From our point, from municipality, what is expected for us to do? And my second question is about the review of the National Building Regulations as well. There's a whole lot of things that were addressed or we've been working with from 1977 as the Act was amended. But today, they are changing, like for instance, the dilapidation of buildings. They get to involve a whole lot of other players, like police. A police station or police, that like a normal SAPS will come to the building control officer because they want him to enter into a building because they would need, for their purpose, they would need, if there is a criminal element in that building, the building is caused by, we control buildings, but we don't control the criminal element that is in there. So we find the building control officer in a position where he has to enter the building, but with the police. When the police, they need a warrant to enter, but we are allowed in terms of, so if there is a review in whole of the National Building Regulation, what part are going to be reviewed? At least we just need to know if there is a green paper in place, are we going to be able to get to see what has been changed? Because we don't know what has been changed at this point. If maybe you can touch on that regarding the review. Thank you so much.
All right, is there any other question? Okay, let's respond to those.
Necessary to that kind of work. So I think I suggest that you tell those RPs that they must wait for the process to be completed, because we received a lot of LSD applications and a lot of them has been processed, but we are still processing others. So it's a question of them waiting. They can't claim to be competent when they've not been certified by SECAP that they are competent. And then the second thing that you raised is the issue of definition. So basically, if you look at the LOW, there's definitions of what is complexity. So you've got simple, medium, and high. And there's some explanations provided there. What is simple, what is medium, what is high. But however, I do appreciate your issue. We are reviewing the IWW. Things like simple single stories, simple double story have all been removed from the IWW that we will publish, I think, early next year, so that it's easy to be able to implement it. And then the other question is to do with the improper conduct. So basically, if there's any BCO, inspector or examiner who's got challenges with an RP, you have to go to our website, and then from there download the complaint form and lodge a complaint. Or you can email me directly. You don't even have to take your time to follow that process. If you email me directly, I'll make sure that there's a proper investigation into the conduct of the RP, and then there's appropriate action if indeed there's evidence of improper conduct from our side. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just thinking now in terms of the issue of registration. One of the things that I think also needs to happen is clients need to be educated. To your prospective clients, from whom will you accept a plan? And I think there's a communication gap at the moment, and at the same time, industry bodies like ourselves need to also educate our members of where they're allowed to go. So rather than just making it a BCO officer or issue at the end of the process, we've got to start to address it at the beginning of the process.
Any addition, or is all covered, all questions? All right, thank you. Any further questions? It will seem you were on point in all your presentations. The delegates seem to be happy. Maybe you can just have one last input, if you have, on your presentations that you have done.
Yeah, thanks very much, Program Director. And yeah, maybe just looking at we've heard a lot about informal settlements and different types of settlements in the city. eThekwini municipality has a informal settlement upgrading program happening at the moment, and there's different categories of settlements. Some of them that are not dangerously located, it's possible to put in services, look at things like reblocking, to create corridors within these settlements, because often these things are so tightly packed, none of the emergency services can get in. And I went to Nairobi a couple of weeks back, and they've got a really interesting informal settlement there where they've worked very closely with the residents there to move people around in the settlement, not take them away from economic opportunities and that, because that's one of the challenges we have. You know, if you take people 30 kilometers away from where their jobs are and that, then no one's going to want to live in a house where they can't afford to get to work and back. And so that program was really an eye-opener, you know, and it's been done incrementally, and parts where it hasn't reached yet, you know, these really atrocious conditions, absolutely no human dignity there at all, you know, kids playing in sewerage. And the contrast between where there have been roads put in and services, water provision and stuff like that is, you know, there's still not a lovely place to live by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a massive contrast, and it provides us with hope that we can, you know, change the plight of people living in these settlements. You know, where they're like very dangerously located, then, you know, it's hard to see how people can continue living there. But in our floods last year, one particular settlement that we worked very closely with, we had some very good success with a warning system there during the floods. The land that they were living on is gone, and increasingly the issue of loss and damage is coming in climate change. And typically you think of island states that get submerged and people have nowhere to live, but this was a real localized example of loss and damage, and people ended up living in a shelter for well over a year, you know, and we need to have our systems to deal with that. At the moment, that has been a big learning coming out of us from the floods in eThekwini.
All right. Rakesh, you have anything to add?
Yeah, just one thing, that we have, you know, many laws. We over-regulated. I'm not saying we shouldn't have all the many laws, but we do have different types of economies in South Africa. We've got a first world economy, a third world economy, and something in between. So it's important for us to understand where we're at as a country. When we look at stats, we look at the census and we say there's 60-odd million people, but there's also, you know, like expats and people who walk across the border, etc. There's probably another 10 to 15 million people in the country. So you take the 60 plus another 10, 15, and that's what we have. So we have lots of unemployment, lots of poverty, and education levels are also low. So how do we get, in keeping in mind that we do have all these laws and regulations, how do we take it to the citizens? How do they get to know about it? It's difficult to understand this. Now, if you just take a person who saved up their money and bought a piece of land, and then they get this title deed that tells them that they can't build on probably 60% of their land, they can only build on 40%. So they waited decades to get this property, and now in the title deed they read this, that they can't use the full use of their land, but you must pay rates for the full use of that land. So we have to be innovative in the way that we take the laws and the regulations to our customers, to the citizens. Thank you.
I've been thinking about the technology discussion earlier, and one of the things that I was wondering, could a BCO actually, through something like BIM, be part of the design development process? If the BCO was a private sector consultant, getting that person involved right in the beginning of the process, and maybe a little bit of an indictment against the architects. Do they actually know what national building regulation compliance is nowadays? So I've been thinking since your presentation, Ritesh, as there's an opportunity, and I like this idea of monetizing and thinking ahead. So thanks for stimulating that.
All right. Let's take a question at the back there.
Hello. Thank you, Program Director. My name is Ned Shebambo from JB Max Municipality. The question will be, I'm not sure whether it will be the right platform, but since most of the building control officers are around, they can be able to assist us. We are having a problem when it comes to issue of occupancy certificates on old buildings. Some of the buildings were built before 1977, and then when that property have to be sold, then the bank requires an occupancy certificate. So we don't know, we are not sure on how to deal with such a problem.
All right, thank you. Is there any question? On the online, yes.
There is a question from Sibo Ngakonke Kuzwayo. It says, there currently are no regulations guiding solar infrastructure. How do we evaluate compliance in development applications that are unregulated? And there's a second question. Second question is from Rodney Adams. Hi, building control officers still don't get the recognition they deserve in terms of their responsibilities and remunerations. Could the minister please intervene? We all have the same responsibilities and functions, but not equally remunerated. Why? Thank you.
All right. Is there any other question from the floor?
Hi everyone, my name is Sithembiso Sibulawa, coming from Renkonye Municipality, Lower South Coast. My question is directed to Advocate Toto. Immediately after he just explained the question that came up, there's something that we normally face as we municipal officials, where there are persons that they normally claim to be registered, but they are not registered. Of course, they normally bring their registration, what called certificate, but what else that can make us to ensure that that particular person is registered, which is, that will make us easy to, to process everything in terms of approval. Thank you.
All right, can we respond to those? Okay, let me take this one. Is that the end? Yeah. Microphone.
Thank you. Duduzile Major from Marine Local Municipality. This question is for Advocate Toto. I know he mentioned that the Act is currently being amended or revised. I just want to find out how far are we with that process? Because some of us haven't been involved in it. Was there a public participation done for it? That is the first question that I have. The second one, he mentioned that he had various complaints that he's receiving, either from local authority or registered individuals. Now, I'm speaking from a perspective here, the BCO. When receiving complaints from your registered SACAP members, architects or draft persons, how do you measure the merit of that complaint? Because often the complaints you receive are more competition related. I'm going to speak from a position here, a small local authority, where a person will lodge a complaint with SACAP, alleging that the BCO is assessing or attending or approving plans from non-registered individuals. Only
and it was set up. It was
they hit the final compliance button, and from when on the assessment process then starts running, because it's all about time.
with the national building regulations. And I want to give you a couple of pointers to move in the right direction. The first and foremost is the Act, in essence, says that no person is allowed to erect any building without first getting Another thing, Constitution Section 26 says everybody has the right to adequate housing. And adequate housing, ladies and gentlemen, is not covered by the national building regulations. The majority of our people have not got titles to the property they stay in. And our legislation focuses on the person who is the owner, and the owner is described as the person who has the title deed. So if the majority of the people staying in houses not having title deeds, the Act and the National Building Regulation Building Standards Act is not part of that requirement. 60% of all South Africans live on land or in dwellings held outside of the land titling system. So the aspect of the National Building Regulation that all buildings have to comply to this legislation is automatically cancelled by 60% of the people staying in houses not being part of this legislation. And then we have the communal land, which falls outside of the National Building Regulations. It's historic content that works against us. And then, of course, our building legislation does not satisfy the constitutional requirements. So how do we get that sorted? We've had 27 years where Section 2 of the Act says the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of adequate housing rights. We haven't changed the National Building Regulations. We have not been able in 27 years to satisfy Section 26.2 of the Constitution. If we look at our building industry at the moment, the 2022 outlook, downward trends, the longest section of downward spiral of the building industry in its history. Stellenbosch, beginning of the year, was very upbeat, so they predicted that we'll have an upswing. Unfortunately, I have not seen that materialized. So we're still just carrying on having problems. And the National Building Regulation is dancing around it, smelling the flowers. Right? The National Building Regulation is not part of the problem. In fact, it is the problem. And we're not dealing with it. We're not addressing that. Act is 26 years old. This is an old slide that I took out. It doesn't deal with the Constitution. It needs to be fundamentally rewritten. It doesn't comply with significant court cases. The regulations were outdated in 2009 already. We haven't changed any. The building industry has conditioned and moved forward. We haven't touched that. The review board, as you rightfully know, was found unconstitutional. So no person can challenge a decision made by a local authority. So that opens up the door for blackmail, bribery, and corruption. And it's rife. And we just sit there and say, it's all right, no problem there. And then, unfortunately, our principal agent who looks after our act is not supporting us. Whenever anybody challenges our act in the courts or the Constitutional Court, we are not even represented. And therefore, the courts must make up their minds as to how they deal with it. With the review board case, the judge actually made mention of that, stating, the minister's not here to protect himself. So I have no idea how the judgment is going to affect the application of this act going forward. And that, ladies and gentlemen, has got a direct influence on our building industry. We cannot shy away from the fact that the uncertainty that we have within the built environment through the built legislation doesn't have an impact on that industry. Therefore, I keep on urging you, you've got the best piece of legislation. Use it sparingly. If you want to nurture your child, you don't take out a sjambok and hit him every day. You use the sjambok sparingly. And you encourage the industry to grow. We've got outdated building legislation due to broken promises that have not been kept. Other departments are dismissing our legislation as it's inoperable. If we go to any town planner, they just say, no, but it's old legislation. It cannot work in today anymore. Therefore, we'll bring in a new bylaw. We'll create something to just dismiss this legislation. And because our principle is not protecting this legislation, our legislation has become very vulnerable. Everybody is trying to link into this legislation, trying to make changes to it so that it satisfies their environment and not the building industry that we deal with. So this legislative uncertainty, ladies and gentlemen, specifically in the town planning environment, you'll find that most of the town planning departments, of which the building control department has been made subservient to, is taking over the control, and it's the matter of the tail wagging the dog. That a town planner will dismiss the importance of the building industry due to the fact that the harmonious development of the town is more important than health, safety, structural stability, and the environment. So if we look at our national building regulations, it is focused on measuring all buildings in bricks and mortar. And unfortunately, by doing so, we set up a regulated regime that has to decide between informality or formality. And as long as it's formal, we can approve it. If it's informal, sorry, we don't see it. Because the definition, fortunately, says that if it's informal, it's in a state of deregulation. The land cannot be mapped according to regulations or the law. So that's our excuse. It's not part of our law, so we don't regulate it. I say that we went absolutely crazy with the information of the Grenfell Tower burned down in London some years ago. 83 people died. We kill one Grenfell fire every 6 months in South Africa. Fires sweeping through our informal settlements. We don't see that as important, because fortunately, the informal sector is not part of our legislation. Legislation just ignores the real challenges that we have in our environment. And the best of all is the vast majority of people who live in houses that are not covered by the national building regulations do not benefit the economic value that a formal approval can give to them. They can't go to a bank, although they have a lovely building setup. They can't go to a bank and say, here's an asset. Can I lend against my asset to become part of the economy? So they're willfully kept out of the environment. 1/3 of our population stays in these houses, ladies and gentlemen. The National Building Regulation doesn't recognize it as proper buildings. And now what we're picking up, we've got a housing crisis. And again, the National Building Regulation is fast asleep. Because now we've got backyard shacks, backyard farming taking place, where we start taking the formal environment which comply to the National Building Regulations. And due to the fact that we have a housing shortage and a crisis, we're allowing unsafe buildings to move into our formal environment. And nobody's speaking about the National Building Regulations. You'll find that most of the town planning departments are creating policies to accommodate backyard shack farming, not taking into account the danger that fire poses on identification like that. Not speaking to us, not taking us seriously, and not seeing the value that we can bring to that process. And then the next thing is, our act is constantly being up for sale. Who wants this act? Going, gone. Please, another taker. So we need a home for our act, ladies and gentlemen. And the two homes that are currently being looked at is first and foremost the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, where most of the local authorities reside, and or the Department of Public Works, where the Council for Built Environment is. And I want to urge you all to please move the thinking towards the Department of Public Works. We are not an element of COGTA. We are the representatives of the building industry. That's what we look after. And as soon as we become part of COGTA, the building industry will suffer. It will severely be affected negatively. We need to have ourselves placed within the Council for the Built Environment, where all of the professional people working within the built environment resides. If we look at the speech made by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure at the Big Five building conference in Midrand a couple of months ago, he said, the Department of Public Works is invested in addressing governance and ministry changes that affect the Constitution. We have the responsibility to ensure economic growth takes place, and the erosion of capacity, increases of the the erosion of municipal capacity increases service delivery failures. And then he goes a step further to say the Construction Industry Development Board has been instructed to make sure that the standards that we use in the built environment are properly used. So both the Council for the Built Environment that looks after our qualifications, and the CIDB that deals with enforcing structures sits within that minister. So it is engineering people speaking to engineering thoughts, and that is where I believe the best place for us would be. Then, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware, I retired at the end of September. Please allow me to express my sincere gratitude for the time spent with the building control officers and our combined involvement with all the aspects associated with regulating the building industry. We all created a better regulated South Africa, and despite the insurmountable challenges, we were resourceful and able to make valuable contributions to our building industry. I would like to thank everybody who supported these efforts and hope that your future endeavors will be fulfilled and exciting as the journey that we had together. Although our paths have changed, I'm still enthusiastic about the built environment, and I consider this post-retirement phase as a short vacation, and I humbly invite you all to continue communicating with me during this phase of my life. Thank you very much for being part of this journey. It was an honor to have been associated with such a distinguished group of professional people who worked selflessly for the good of our country. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Rudolph, for the good work while you were still with the NRCS and the passion that we have for national building regulations issues. Thank you very much. You are seated like we are in church, eh? You remind me of a story of a man. The pastor was speaking to the people with a very shaking voice because somebody told him there's a man holding a gun outside of the door. And he says there is a man who came here with a wife that's not his. And today it will end. Yo, I don't want to know what was the end, but the wife or the man seemingly at the end was not seen. I don't know if there is a window there or a door there or what happened, but the idea of a man say, hey, you came here with my wife, I want to see him. But he never saw them. So nobody died. How? I don't know. Oh, wow. Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Heritage, we have Prof. Townsend from UCT. He would like to speak to us as well. Let's give him a hand as he comes.
Shall I go ahead? Evening, ladies and gentlemen, or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Afternoon, Program Director. I'm pleased to be here. I think I did send my PowerPoint to you, but it was just one page, and so if it doesn't come up, that's also fine. It's very short. The PowerPoint, I'm going to talk to you. First of all, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you about. In other words, what's the subject? Then I'm going to talk very briefly about the Act, National Building Regulations, Building Standards Act, which is your business. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the National Heritage Resources Act, which is an applicable law. And that's the heading of my in the program, it's heritage. So, and then I'm going to talk about the remedies, very briefly, but they're easy. No, actually, they're not so easy. Easy to identify and not so easy to carry out. And then I'm going to sort of tell you what I told you. So that's the quick outline. What is the subject? A little bit up. Better. what is the subject of what I'm talking about today? It's not about heritage and heritage management. I'm not going to try and persuade you that that's your business or that you need to know about it. Rather, it is about what are your responsibilities in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act. They're not complicated. Some of them are difficult. That said, what are those responsibilities? Well, the National Building Regulations, Building Standards Act, very simple. Mr. Opperman pointed out a minute ago, Section 4, you must get approval for any building work in South Africa. Who must give it? Local authority. And they must grant it if all applicable law is satisfied. Any applicable law. So, the building control officers are crucial to that. You are the center of that process, of what is applicable law. You don't have to manage those laws, but you have to know what the laws are, and you must know that they are satisfied. You actually have to be expert. I know that you are expert. I should have just at the beginning pointed out that I'm talking to you not as a professor or somebody from a learned institution. I'm a tired old retired bureaucrat too. I worked at the City Council in land use management in Cape Town for 20 years. And so this is part of what I care about as well. I'm also part of that way of thinking about it, and that's how I came to heritage management. That said, what is your responsibility in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act? And the Act is, like most acts, it's actually longer than most acts. The National Heritage Resources Act also has the shortest section found in any act that I've seen anywhere in the world. Section 1, 5 words. This act binds the state. Full stop. That's the end of Section 1. This act binds the state. That's in every sense, both as owner of land, as owner of property, as owner of heritage resources, as manager of heritage resources. And the state is, of course, is defined as being 3 spheres of government, including local authority. This act binds the state. So, what are the application processes that are applicable law? Well, the easy ones are those heritage resources that are identified through the formal processes in the National Heritage Resources Act. Those are sections 27 to 31, and there are a series of sections that describe national heritage resources, provincial heritage resources, protected areas, register of heritage resources, special areas, etc. And if those are identified, then it's easy. Everybody will know about it, applicant will know about it, interested parties will know about it, your authority will know about it, and it will, when it comes to you, you will know. And if it is satisfied, if there is an approval from the Heritage Authority, whether it is national or provincial, you will know, easy. If it's not approved and it's formally identified as heritage resource and it involves the building you're looking at, you can't approve it. If it is and it's satisfied, easy. Stamp as far as Heritage Resources Act goes. More complicated are that part of the National Heritage Resources Act called the General Protections, where those heritage resources, where the potential heritage resources are not identified as heritage resources. They're identified as 60-year-old buildings, or buildings more than 60 years old. I'm not sure what percentage of our built environment is made up of buildings more than 60 years. The percentage is probably getting smaller every year because more buildings are being built, but the number of buildings that fall into that 60-year is climbing at an extraordinary percentage as the rate of building 60 years ago was increasing faster and faster. So, how many buildings are there, and where are those buildings? Oh, let's not even go there yet. So the other section that also comes into play, other sections that come into play a lot are Section 38, which refers to a series of building activities, building a bridge, building a road, building a fence longer than a certain distance, consolidating more than 3 urban, changing the character of a site that is bigger than 5,000 square meters. A whole lot of things. They don't identify heritage there, but they make that development that's coming to you part of make national heritage resources an applicable law. So how do you deal with it? Well, the people working, the assessors of the applicants and the assessors of those applications in your local authorities, if they don't tell you that the act is applicable, if they don't tell you that these triggers are there, then you will not know. But you do have to know, the point I'm wanting to make is that you have to understand those triggers. That is your job. That is your responsibility. Now, you all know about the 60-year one, and most of you probably ignore it. Or you say, when you sign it, when you stamp it, you say, oh, it's not really my business. Because we know that actually that bit of the law is not being respected by a very large number of local authorities. So, and that's a problem. You may say that's not heritage. There's nobody affected. This is not a serious problem like the fire that Mr. Opperman spoke about. That is serious. I'm 100%. It's not serious. This 61-year-old building over there, it can't possibly be a heritage resource. And if I ask any expert on it, they'll say, of course it's not. Sorry, but the law says it's an applicable law. Has the law been satisfied? Is it complied with? No, it's not. You must send it back. Now that's a pain, I know. If you do close your eyes to what you know, or not do your professional job and ensure that the law is complied with, and you sign it off, well, it may be okay. And a lot of what we do in this industry is, it's okay. There's no real danger. It's not like fire. It's not that's different. But what you do risk is somebody coming along later, when the builder's on site, and saying, sorry, you did not comply with this act. There's a grave there. Or there's a building more than 60 years old that is a heritage resource. And here are experts who tell us, and you're in court, and you won't even be in court, because your advocates are just going to meet at the door of the court, and they're going to say, there's no defense. There isn't. We can go in and waste the municipality's time by trying to argue that we didn't know or whatever. You can't do that. You shouldn't do that. You mustn't do that. So you are at risk when every time you approve an application where the Heritage Resources Act is or could have been an applicable law, you're at risk. And your municipality is at risk. And so will the applicant be at risk. And so will the builder. Everybody's at risk. Court stops you in the middle of the process. Who's going to pay? Somebody has to pay. A whole lot of people are going to pay. So, what are the remedies? Actually, the remedies are simple to understand. The act is very hopeful. The National Heritage Resource, a very hopeful act. And it was hoped that, or expected even, that municipalities all over the country would care about heritage, and they would go through the process of identifying heritage. Both Section 34, the 60-year clause, and Section 38 include subsections where you can get an exemption from the Provincial Heritage Authority for whole areas. All you have to do is do a survey that identifies what is heritage and what is not heritage, and you can get an exemption. Whole municipality. You live in a municipality that's got no heritage resources, except one or this or whatever, and you identify those things. The rest, then you have you ask the Provincial Heritage Authority to approve that, to exempt you from that in terms of 34.3 and 38.9, off you go. Okay, in some towns that's not so easy, and it will require work, but that work must be done. So, those are the remedies. The remedies is do the surveys and get the exemptions. Or else persuade another minister and change the law. Or get your non-minister to change your law where you don't have to worry about all applicable law. I hope that doesn't happen, because that must happen. That must stay. So it is doing these surveys that is the crucial thing. The National Heritage Resources Act was hopeful, probably wrongly so. No, not probably, definitely wrongly so. But it's there. So, in closing, what have I said? BCOs must know the applicable law. They do know what the applicable law. They must ensure satisfaction, compliance of that applicable law. This applies to the National Heritage Resource Act as well. All of those, Section 34, Section 38, and these 35s and 36s, those are burial grounds and graves. Get your local authority to make sure that the surveys are done. That's the remedy. It's the obvious and easy remedy. May be costly, may take time, okay? It's got to be budgeted for. There are enthusiasts. Sometimes these things can be done quick and dirty, but adequate. Adequate can be defined. Thank you.
Thank you very much. BCOs must know the law and consider it in their approvals of this. Is this an online presentation from Brian Vic? State housing, incrementalism, and the tsunami. You can indicate if you are ready. I think our speakers are doing well, so maybe it will be 10, 15 minutes, but we are okay. Somebody was asking, why did that person get a standing ovation? Because he finally stopped. But now we are doing very well. Are we okay?
Hi, Brian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yes.
You can go ahead.
Oh, okay, you're a bit ahead of time. Okay. Let me just.
Brian,
Yes.
if you can just share your screen for us so that we can see your presentation.
Okay, I'll do that now. Let me just. I think you must probably take my bio off for me to share.
Please share.
Okay, I'm just. Seems to me it's loading.
No pressure. There you go.
Right. Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you very well.
Right. Good afternoon, delegates, program director. I'm sorry that I can't be with you this afternoon, but I've got some engagement at the Green Building Council convention in Cape Town. So this is the first time that I do a presentation for. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Maybe also if you can share your, open your camera if you can, but if you can't, it's fine. You can continue. You are audible. Thank you.
Does that work?
Awesome.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you can go to the to my contents, if you can. I don't think I can shift on my side because you've loaded it. Can you go to the next slide for me? Okay, can you see that?
Yes, we can see it, but remember you are sharing from your side, so you've got control from
Okay.
your side. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, what I'm going to cover today is the following topics, and all of them has got impact of housing that we delivering. First, I don't know, my bio, I'm about 30 years in human settlements. I'm a practicing architect, and I'm also a housing practitioner. So the following background, I'm going to talk a bit about housing, then the current subsidy, 10-year options, standards, the better living challenge, incremental housing, and the way forward. Right. In terms of background, there's a bit of noise on the line. Incrementalism. Hello, can you hear me? Incrementalism is nothing new, and we've done it for 30 years plus. We started, the subsidy was at one stage 6,500 that was left for a top structure after we have serviced the land. And with PSP and buying building materials, we assisted families to build their own houses in the Cape Flats region. We've also had community assistance centers where our inspectors were helping and assisting beneficiaries through weekends to build their houses. So all of this accumulate in putting sustainable human settlements where families can better themselves. Now, let's go to the subsidy portion. And this is actually the leg of housing delivery. This is where we get our funds from. And the reason why I'm showing this is that we all must understand what sort of money is available. What are we talking in terms of putting units on the ground? Now, the BNG subsidy, that's now in the layman's term, the RDP house, is for an income. Beneficiaries must earn an income between 0 and 3,500. What you get for that is 140,000 as a subsidy towards a top structure. Now, what we did do as the province or the state, we developed a house. We get tenderers, well, the land gets serviced, then we get tenderers, and we built a complete house for 140,000 Rand. That's a 2-bedroom house, 40 square meters, bathroom, full electricity. Now you can just think, I think if you want to add a double garage to your existing dwelling, you're not gonna make it for 140,000 Rand. Then we've got the fifth subsidy. That is, there's different bands. There's about 91 bands, and the first band is from 3,500 to 3,700. If you get that income, you get a subsidy of 130,000, and then you need to go to some other lending institute to lend you the balance of the money to get some sort of top structure. The top bracket is if you earn between 21 and 22,000 a month, then you only qualify for 30,000. Now you can see what that person or family have to borrow to get to the 140,000 Rand to get a basic sort of state or RDP house. Then the third subsidy is the military vet subsidy. That is, at this stage, is 240,000. Next year it will be 312,000. For that, we built and I'll show you some pictures just now. We built a house of 50 square meters with a carport and fencing around. A bit higher spec, but I'll get to that now. And then we've got number 4, we've got the emergency assistance program, where we give, or the state give 75,000 Rand. The whole idea, this is for when there's fire or some natural disaster, to get the beneficiaries to sort of build their own houses and come onto their sort of feet. This is what the state gives. There's some packages, but I'll speak to that later. But this amount, I'd like to ring fence that, because I'm going to speak in terms of incrementalism. It's just a little bit later on that. Okay, then if we some pictures just to give you some sort of idea. This is the BNG house. Can you see my cursor? If you look at the standards of this is the typical RDP house. You see aluminium windows, full sort of services, a apron around the house, good sort of finishes. On the right-hand side, tile roof. You can see this is a semi-detached, like the previous had a semi-detached, because our plots get smaller and smaller. We run about 60 square meters at this stage in our metros for a earth. At the bottom, there's houses, row houses, double stories, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units in that line. All of that is a unit. Again, the type of finishes, aprons, full sort of services. The idea of this is, and I'll get to tenure options now, each one own the little plot that the house is built on. There's specs, the whole, that belongs to you, and you get a title deed to own that property. Right, there's our gap-flush military vets. See, this is a typical military vet house, 50 square meters with a carport. We've also done options where we put the carport under one roof, and that, well, incrementalism-wise, that will become probably a third bedroom or a family room at a later stage. If you can also see, you know, we put solar geysers on these roofs. There's one as well with the carport that is done under the house roof, because that is part of the minimum standards for military vet houses. Then on there you see that's just a FLISP house that I think it's in Bredasdorp, that beneficiaries get finance as per what I explained just now. That houses is in George Syferfontein. You can see the quality of houses, and there they go to banks to loan the additional amount. That's right. This is what's done in the Parklands, Sunningdale area. This is full-on FLISP, where these people qualify for loans from institutions. This development is between 600 and 800,000. So you can see what sort of top structures we're working at in the delivery of houses in this sort of income bracket. Now, tenure options. Let's start at number 4. Social housing is where the state make money available on a social company. They choose their tenants by means of paying beforehand, and they look at their sort of credit record, and from there they choose their clients to come into their houses, and their payment rate is usually better because they can choose their clients. We as a state can't choose it, and that's where the third sort of option is the rental option. In state housing, this hasn't worked. I think our rental collection numbers is very low. We struggle to get rent out of people, so this is actually not in a practical way the way to go. Although we're all in agreement that this actually need to be expanded in terms of housing to house a lot of people. You know what the need in South Africa is. Sectional title, this has never worked in our market, and that's a pity, because the way to really house the nation is to go apartment blocks 3-4 stories high, but due to sectional title, the rules, the paying of levies, that hasn't worked in our sort of industry. Then owned title. This is really the only way that has really worked thus far for us, and we've probably delivered, I don't know, close to 100,000 units on this sort of way. Even if the plot is small, the guy, the owner, the beneficiary own his own piece of property, and obviously he depends on municipality or local authority. He will need to pay for his water, electricity, and rates. Usually in this bracket, that get discarded, and they're not really paying anything. But nevertheless, the beneficiary is responsible for his own unit. If we then move on to standards.
Sorry, Brian.
Yes.
We can't see your presentation. Sorry, man.
Okay, haven't you seen any of the slides?
It disappeared when you showed the photos of the different RDP houses.
Okay, let me. See. Okay, can you see now my slides?
Prof.
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. I've dealt with the 10-year options, so I'll move on to the next one, the standards. I have drafted the standards for the Western Cape housing units or subsidized housing. As I said previously, we started with housing 25 years ago, then when there was 6,500 Rand left for a top structure. You can just think, what do you get for that? And basically, we started with writing a standard and say, we want some sort of unit with a door that closes, a toilet in an enclosed area with some sort of water holding vessel, either a trough or a zinc or a hand wash basin, and then one ready board in it where, there's 3 plugs on that. And this has now evolved to what we've got now, the April 2018 version, which is a fully, let's say, complete standards that incorporate NHPRC, SANS, agreement, all the elements that you can bind a contractor in to give you the sort of end product. Now this, we think is watertight in terms of our housing delivery, and if you could see in the photos, we get a relative good product, or not relevant, that's modest. For the money, we actually get quite a good product. The problem is this, and I've said to somebody else, maybe, we've made it so difficult by binding people in that we've actually excluded some out of the delivery of housing. But I'll get to that in a moment. Right, standards. Now, the challenges that we've got with standards in our industry, if you go to the science regulations, the 1 foot, and we go to the straight regulations, I'll come to category 1 buildings now, is that, most of our, 99% of our developments use the 140 millimeter hollow block plastered on both sides. Now that is according to the SANS straight document. That's not, we call now for cavity walls. Then SANS 10400XA as part of this regulations, that called for the cavity walls, insulation, air tightness, and the regulations on the solar heating, water heating, storage. I just want to show you the picture, on the right-hand side. This is a house that's been built to full and good standards. The problem is we get this build-up of mold. And I said to somebody a few days ago, it's probably our house is too airtight. We've specified too good. There's no draft in the house. Obviously, people need to open the windows and get draft ventilation. But, we all live in South Africa, which is, very crime prone. And we know the stats. And people come and they don't open their windows. They go to work in the morning, come back in the evening. They don't leave the windows open during the day. They're too scared at nighttime to open the windows, and that's where you get the build-up of mold. But anyhow, this is challenges that we've got in getting our building plans passed, and the houses that we do by general. Now there's category 1 buildings. We could, and we're trying to put our houses through as category 1 buildings, but XA is not exempted. So we actually supposed to have cavity walls, insulation, the water, solar water, heating storage. We can't go double stories. And I've just explained to you that, you know, we go to house a lot of people, we must go as small as possible on the footprint and the earth. Now, double stories is, we can't go any further without building double stories, you know, sort of two-story walk up, all part of one. Then also the size. I see, and I've just checked it, the temporary building is 15 square meters. I think a category A building must be 27, category 1 building must be 27 square meters, and the other is 80, but that's, we've got no problem with that. The minimum is 27 square meters, the maximum 80, and we're happy with that. Just get back to the water storage capacity. You know, if a house haven't got the or the water solar system hasn't got an electric element, if it's a 2-bedroom, we must give about 270 liters of storage capacity. If it's a 3-bedroom, I think it's 340 that we must give liters storage capacity. Now, if you take, you know, Cape Town, which is in a water scarce area, that's a huge amount of water storage. And I mean, if you shower, we shower in 3-4 liters, you can just think of, we all think it's quite exorbitant. I know there's some reasons in terms of the heating of water, but for our simple structure building, to put a 340 liter storage on top of the roof is quite a big sort of thing. Quite a heavy structure, heavy element on the roof. Then if we look at incremental housing, and I'll come to that now, is that obviously cost is a thing. That's why we want to get, that's why we're doing incrementalism. We want to get as small as possible. We're actually thinking, and I'll show you an example now, of a 20 square meter enclosed within a frame of 20 square meters that can be used as the founding of another 20 square meters that you can build a 40 square meter house. Now, our challenge here is if we go incremental, if we go under the category 1 buildings, we must deliver at 27 square meters. And you'll see our problem in not the next slide, but the slide after that one. Let's go to the next slide. Better Living Challenge and Toolkit. The Western Cape government went on a drive to better people's living where they're staying. We realize that there's a lot of people in informal settlements that will still stay for many years in that informal settlement. So we took the point of let's upgrade where people are staying at the moment. The chance that they'll get a house in the next 20 years is quite remote. And that's where this whole thing, this whole initiative started. You can see part of it is town planning. There's a normal sort of informal settlement, and part of this this manual is to get it ordered in such a way that at the later stage we can put services in. Then we had a home building manual within that, and you can see there I've just taken a picture out how people can construct their houses reasonable and safely within the community. It's a step-by-step. I was also part of it. And, you know, all of these things will withstand the sort of engineering challenges that we need. And there you can see we've done one in Mariesburg, There's where it started, some of the panels. There you go up on the first floor, and this is a finished unit. So you can see where we're going in terms of there's millions of people at the moment that stay in these conditions, and we're trying to, within our means and with the community, to get them to something more livable, and to get them on the way. I haven't listened to all the previous speakers, but this is the reality in our land, in our country. I've just, I'll show you some pictures now, but I've just done a trip from Cape Town to Limpopo, and I drove because I wanted to see what happens in South Africa and Mpumalanga. And, you know, if you see what's going on, it is actually alarming. So I just want to get to my next slide. Right, where we now? Okay, incrementalism. This is a unit that we've developed and built at Vredebest in Ceres. This Asla was the main designer, and with them we put this together. This is for people that have to be moved out of a certain area for new development, and that's what I said previously when the emergency subsidy. This unit can be built for the emergency subsidy amount of money. You've got, it's 2 units. There's the one plot, there's the other plot. This area is 20 square meters. You can see there, it's got a bathroom a trough, and then open, you know, area or living or sleeping area. From there, and you can see the concrete beams. From there, the beneficiary can then incrementally start building his house and maybe fit in 2 bedrooms. That panel was designed in such a way that it can move to that area, to that side of the house, giving the beneficiary opportunity to not demolish, but just build within that. There's some photos of the house inside. Now the challenges that we've got is that we tried to hand in plans at the municipality for this unit, and it was very difficult because there's no ways that they can approve this within the legislation or the framework of legislation that we have. Category 1 building won't work here because the starter unit is less than 27 square meters, and the rest of the unit does not conform to XA. I just want to, and then I'll come back, I want to show you a photo or 2. This is Dunoon. You can see very, very much informal housing back to against each other. There's some of the shacks that's going double story. There's a nice photo again of the conditions of that. There's where people have, this was an old project where we did BNG houses, RDP houses. You can see people have demolished, and on your next slide you'll see that people have demolished the previous house and built basically the full plot as one unit. You can see there, that's a plot. This guy still got other shacks in his plot, but soon. And if I go to the next photo, just get there. Sorry, I just want to. This is a good illustration. There's the existing house. That is the whole plot. this guy, and you can see in my drive-by, I took another photo, was a bit scared to stop on the highway. There's the existing house. Here they're building the new, and that will be probably the same than his neighbor further on the street. That will become one house, one dwelling, double story, that you will probably rent out rooms. You can see there what's happened next door. Now, the conclusion and the way forward, and that is traveling through South Africa, the tsunami is on us. People are just building and doing their own sort of way. We need a more practical way, a sensible way, and a proactive way of helping people. If you look at our incremental unit, where we've got a unit placed on the ground where people can, in an orderly way, proceed from there on. I don't know, Rudolf Opperman, I couldn't hear his talk earlier, but maybe we need different categories. Category 1, category 0 for incrementalism, category 1 for RDP or BNG house, and then one can work up to that. You know, I said previously I'm a practicing architect. I've now took a few projects on in our department. At the moment, to give in a plan, and I've got a project of 100 units, I must submit on a portal at least 8 documents per plot. Now you can just think, if there's 100 plots, it's 800 documents that I must submit. Each of them need to get signed. Each of them need to be checked by the municipality. I think if I sit at the evening in front of the television and submit each document, and then, you know, the little wheel turn around till it's submitted, and then you can do the next one. Now, there should be other ways. You know, we should have, for a category 0 or category 1 building, there should be one stands for, you know, where the architect sign, the owner sign, and the engineer sign, all on one page. I don't think we need 3 or 4 documents or 5 documents to get that submitted. You know, every time, just think on the other side, on the municipal side, there's people that must check each of those documents, and I don't think we're on the right track for that. You know, we must do less red tape and get our hours spent into delivering of the houses and not red tape. The poor municipality that must check all of that. So yes, I think we need to wake up. There's a tsunami on its way, and we can't go on the way we used to go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Brian. The A19 regulation pertaining to timber roof trusses. Mr. Yugason Bramadu. Can you give him a hand, please?
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, delegates. Before I proceed, I might just want to apologize ahead of hand. My voice is a bit scratchy. I'm just recovering from a flu, so I apologize for that. I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the ITC SA, which is Institute of Timber Construction of South Africa, to thank the organizers for affording us the opportunity to address you guys. We've been on a national drive to visit municipalities countrywide, and it's nice to have you all here under one roof. So a little bit about the ITC. We're a SAQA registered body, professional body, and we've also an EXA recognized voluntary association. And our primary aim is to promote the interests of the consumer and stakeholders in the prefabricated timber industry. So my talk to you this afternoon is going to be on Regulation A19 of the National Building Regulations and how it pertains to the timber roof trusses with respect to compliance with Part L of the building regulations. So I'll elaborate today on the appointment of the competent person in terms of Form 2, the risk to homeowners, who issues the ITC roof loading certificates, the validity period for those certificates, and I'll give you some examples of the consequences of non-compliance as well. And then we'll get a little bit technical. We'll give you some technical info to differentiate between site-made trusses and prefabricated trusses. Okay, so let's get into it. So the ITC roof loading certificate is commonly known in the industry as the A19 certificate, but the A19 process is not exclusively for timber roof trusses. It relates to the structure in its entirety, the entire structural system. And then the appointment of the competent person is done in terms of Form 2. And that appointment is concluded when the engineer submits the Form 4. But you'll find in certain instances, engineers don't tick the box for timber roof trusses on the Form 2. And that's because due to their experience or their knowledge, they're reluctant to accept responsibility for that. So in that case, you're going to need a third-party certification, and that's done through the Form 3, which the roof truss fabricator will have to supply to the person appointed in terms of the Form 2. So we get instances where the owners very rarely get involved in procurement of the trusses. And procurement is normally done through the builder. And there's instances where the owners aren't aware of the engineer not having signed for the responsibility for the timber trusses. And then there's a lack of responsibility somewhere along the line. And those roofs seem to fall through the cracks somewhere. And, but fortunately, we have the Form 4, and it's a pivotal support document and serves as a completion certificate. And you know, the competent person responsible for the design of the roof trusses will then submit the Form 3 to the person appointed under Form 2. Okay, the A19 roof loading certificate. So the ITC appoints accredited engineers, and they get accredited through experience and their knowledge that they've gained over the years. And these engineers train inspectors. They train roof inspectors to inspect the roofs. The engineers interrogate the design supplied by the truss fabricators, and on completion of the inspection by the inspectors, the engineer will issue a roof loading certificate. So that roof loading certificate comes in two parts. One for the engineer to sign for responsibility of the design, and the second part is for the inspector to say that he's inspected the roof and that it's in accordance with the construction drawings that were supplied by the truss fabricator. So validity of the certificate. So the A19 certificate issued by the ITC rector, engineer, is valid for the life cycle subject to certain conditions. Now, Form 4 doesn't have a mechanism for engineers to qualify or make any qualifications on it. Well, perhaps you could write it in by hand, but I don't know if there's any precedence for that. But the A19 certificate issued by an ITC engineer is subject to these conditions. So the process for handing in certificates is that the A19 certificates get handed to the owner, and the Form 3 gets submitted to municipality. Because I'm sure the municipality doesn't really care about the conditions attached to the certificate. So the conditions are that no alterations to the roof are made after the date of the final inspection. Roof coverings are not changed. The load carrier statistics are not altered. Example, installation of solar panels or geysers. And that their periodic inspections are carried out in terms of the construction regulations. I think we lost the slides there for a while. So the construction regulations of 2014 is part of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Section 11 under structures in subclause 2, what it says is that any owner of a structure must ensure that inspections of that structure are carried out periodically by competent persons in order to render the structure safe for continued use, and that the inspections are carried out once every 6 months for the first 2 years and then thereafter yearly. So it seems to be very onerous that you've got to get this roof inspected now at least once a year after the first 2 years. But it seems to be what the regulation intends, because it's very explicit in its definitions of who, what the scope of the regulation applies to. And it seems that all the stakeholders except the owner are released from their responsibilities after construction is completed. That the owner now has obligation to ensure that that structure is safe for continued use for the life cycle of that. And it makes sense. I mean, as an engineer, you want to sign something off, and you want the owner to maintain it in the state that it was signed off at. So I've got some examples of the consequences of and these are site-made trusses. This was a public building in the Durban area. It was the engineer who signed the Form 2 didn't accept responsibility for the trusses, and then the builder said, I'll build these trusses myself. Use structural timber, bolt and nuts. You see, the inspector who even inspected the roof was so scared that he took photos from the windows. He didn't even go inside. You'll notice the sags on there. And this is a 13-meter span. It's a hip roof, and I mean, you can see the ceilings under. The instance the tiles were put on, it started to sag. There's a couple of props holding it up. Yeah, and so this roof eventually had to be replaced, a great cost to the owners. Prefabricated trusses, this was a portion of a roof at a church that collapsed during the floods in 2022. And we interrogated the design and checked the installation of the trusses. The design was fine. Installation, all the bracing was in. And after on close observation, we found that some of the plates at the apex had failed, and we found that the roof wasn't watertight. And water had been dripping over years onto an apex joint, and it damaged the timber, and the plates pulled out on one truss, and there was some load sharing, and the rest of the trusses failed. So had we done those periodic inspections yearly, this could have been preempted or even prevented. And the failure was quite catastrophic. And unfortunately, it was empty. There was no loss of life or injury. This is some of the pictures of the failures. And then altering the loading on roof trusses. This was a hall over an old age home. All you can see is the solar geysers that are left that caused the collapse. Yeah, that was quite a catastrophic collapse. There was 3 400-liter solar geysers. And there they are there, you can see them aerial view. They were placed on the roof after the engineer had signed them off. And but mind you, it took about 7 years for that roof to collapse. So we place great emphasis on that yearly inspection, especially since timber is a natural fiber. And there's a bit of uncertainty in its characteristics, because it's graded visually. It's a natural fiber, they're knots, stuff. So having an annual inspection after the roof has been signed out is a great idea. Yeah, that's in Clare Road in Durban. So we'll do a bit on site-made versus the prefab trusses. So there's two ways to comply with Part L. One is the deems to satisfy way, and the other is the rational design method. So deems to satisfy is that you've got a set of requirements, you comply with that, and then you satisfy the functional regulation. And the rational design is a design by a competent person. The engineer will do some calculations or use some reasoning and use a standard to come up with a solution for the roof trusses. So the deemed to satisfy rules for site-made trusses is based on empirical evidence rather than any sort of theory. So it's based on experience and observation. That's for nailed and bolted trusses. And the guidelines for them are given in Table 4 on how you should manufacture them. And that table tells you what sizes of timber you should use, the grades of timber, the number of nails and bolts required at the joints, how far the truss spacing should be, the minimum and maximum roof pitches, and specified for the various spans of the roof coverings. The requirements for Part L to achieve that deems to satisfy rule, it's quite stringent, so it's not a matter of just building a truss on site. So that deemed to satisfy requirements is you need to satisfy these requirements. So the timber can only be structural SA pine graded timber. So if you use any other timber, as hardwood, or you're doing one of these fancy decorative trusses, it won't satisfy the requirements of the deemed to satisfy rules. The roof construction must not be subject to any snow loads. So if you're building in areas where you're expecting snow, you won't satisfy the requirements. The trusses must have a howe type or monopitched, for mono or double pitched with a clear span of not exceeding 4 or 8 meters. And the trusses must be fully triangulated. And the trusses are only used in gable-to-gable construction. So if you've got any hip roofs, they won't satisfy the deemed to satisfy requirements. Roof pitches, for tiles and slate roofs, there's a minimum and maximum pitch. Same with metal and fiber cement. And the other requirement is the trusses are supported only at the heels of the trusses. So that's at the ends, there's no internal supports that are allowed. Stuck there. Can we go on to the the other thing to remember is that the timber that is used within the municipal boundaries there's a set of maps in Part L. On I think they figure 6, 7, 8, and 9. These are areas where you have to use treated timber. So the timber has to be treated against the effects of rot, fungus, or insect attack. So in KZN, that's the boundaries. I think they go up to Jozini on the north and Port Edwards, the south, and Amzinkulu there in the west. But that's readily available in Part L. So we've done an exercise. So that's the typical sort of double garage truss. The top one is the site-made truss. that's been designed or put together in terms of the deemed to satisfy rules. And the bottom one is the prefabricated truss. You'll notice that the timber sections are larger in the site-made truss than the prefab truss. And we've done some costings, and what we found is that for a typical double garage that has 9 trusses, the cost of the site-made truss is about 18,000 or 19,000 rand. And the cost of prefab trusses are about 7,290 rand. So it's about 11,500 rand saving just on the trusses alone. So building trusses on site, if you do them as per the deemed to satisfy rule, is not an economical option. This is table 4 out of part L, as we mentioned early on. So this table tells you, it gives you all the data that you need to construct the truss, the number of bolts per joint, the size of the timber for the various spans. There's the various maximum clear spans there. Timber sizes, the number of bolts per joint, the number of bays per truss. And there's also some, that's a sketch of the how type truss. There's a detail on how you should put the joints together, with bolts and nails. So anything that doesn't comply with the deemed to satisfy rules, that doesn't comply with those requirements, will have to be done under the rational design rule. So you'll have to get an engineer appointed to either interrogate the design wire of the truss fabricator or provide a design for a bolted truss system. So that's if the spans are greater than 8 meters, you have hips and valleys and stuff, then you'll need an engineer to provide that. Justice reinforces that. There's more photos. This was a site-made truss for a house in Ishawe. You can see there's something seriously wrong there. You can see even that ridge line is not very straight. And these trusses were also put together on site. No bolts, just nails. And it was quite a complicated hip system. So this was so there's a combination of some site application plates, some joints aren't even plated. This is a picture of what your roof should look like if it's done properly. So that roof in Ishawe eventually cost the owner another 150K to get it replaced. So to do a roof inspection, you need some essential information from the truss fabricator, and that'll be the roof layout plans. And those plans should show the loading of the roof, the truss centers, the batten and purlin centers, position of trusses and beams, the type of bracing that's required. So they're comprehensive drawings, and if you want to get standard details, there are the handbook and the training DVD is available on the ITC website. And ITC also offers a training course for prefabricated timber trusses. It's a 2-day course, it's an intense course. You can go on the website. I think they do 2 courses a year, and we do 1 in Durban and 1 in Gauteng. So if you're interested in that, you can go to the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugason, for the learning about this timber. Loin, some remarks from Loin? Are you here? Thank you very much. Let's give him a hand.
Afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Program Director. Greetings to all greetings for, excuse me, throat is a bit dry. Greeting to all for those who are here in person and for those who are on virtual platforms, to all government officials, professionals, and stakeholders and fellow building control officers. The National Building Control Forum would like to thank you for your attendance today. The National Building Control Forum would like to thank the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Ms. Gina, for her attendance, giving this convention the acknowledgement. The Forum would also like to thank the Honorable Mayor, Councillor Kawunda, for his attendance and the warm welcome from eThekwini. We would also like to thank Mr. Duncan Mfingwe, apologies for the pronunciation, of NRCS, the acting CEO, and eThekwini Development Planning Environment Management Unit, Mr. Pewa, and the Deputy Head, Mr. Ndibele, for assisting for hosting the event. The National Building Control Forum exists to ensure that all building control officials have a platform to engage with each other, to share ideas, and to provide consistent interpretation and uniform application of the legislation nationally. The forum has been developed through the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications as an instrument to ensure building control officials are able to come together to build capacity and knowledge and to provide guidance through the experiences in the environment to ensure effective and efficient processes are developed in local authorities nationally. The forum has now reached a capacity having the ability to guide various initiatives in the industry relating to building construction laws and regulations based on experiences and practices in the legislative environment of the National Building Regulations and Building Standards Act. The forum is a capable instrument to guide all initiatives relating to our building construction law, regulations, and standards in the country in terms of the review, interpretation, and application of the National Building Regulations and Standards Act and the SANS 10400, which is the South African National Standards. The power of building control has become evident in its application during challenging times. Example, damaged buildings in the Knysna fires, civil rights in 2021, and the impacts of flooding in 2022, where the swift action of building control resulted in the rebuild of structures through various mechanisms permitted through the powers bestowed by the National Building Regulations and Building Standards Act to effectively implement exemption criteria, thereby facilitating economic development under the circumstances. The National Building Control Forum would like to thank today's presenters, making this event a success and sharing their expert knowledge and experiences. This will create the platform for capacitation in building control nationally, as these conventions are instrument for building control to network and gain capacitation and the necessary guidance in order to effectively develop their understanding in order to improve the application of legislation in building construction law and the National Building Regulations and Building Standards Act. The forum has elective executive committee. The executive committee is tasked to undertake various building control initiatives, forming working groups that shall address all areas of concern and develop improvements, solutions to better articulate and develop processes and the effective application of the legislation. Therefore, the forum exists to assist local authorities on all matters concerning building control in the country. The forum is successfully participating on various working groups on initiatives in the country, providing guidance in terms of the National Building Regulations and Building Standards Act, which assist with economic development in the country. Example, TC60, World Bank, and C40C. Once again, thank you to all the speakers, and today's event will add to the forum's resources for engagement for future initiatives. All presentations done today bears importance to building control. To the speakers, and your professionalism and expertise is evident and echoed in today's presentation, which shall benefit building control. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loin. From the previous session before we go to lunch, are the speakers still here? I'll give you a minute each if you want to respond to those questions, what you were going to say. You just say something about the questions that were given then. You can, maybe by show of hands, the mic will come to you and then you can make an input. Okay, microphone, can it come here in the front?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think there was one question about the merits of complaints that we receive from time to time from our professionals. And I think my answer to that is that what we normally do, we simply escalate these complaints to a relevant local authority. But normally the complaint must go to a BCO who must look into it with the intention to address it. But I know that sometimes employees might not follow protocols, might even engage the MM, which is not desirable. But next time we'll make sure that BCOs are informed about these complaints that are coming so that we can do a proper investigation and be able to assist, work and assist. I hope the BCO is happy with the answer. Okay. And then there was an issue again about unregistered persons, because I know that from time to time there's professionals who will design and then they will send people to submit applications. And there was a question, how do you verify? So I think we need to then develop some mechanism of some sort to try to solve the problem, because I don't think that people would agree to go with their IDs for verification because of security issues. So we need to come up with a way to make sure that those professionals who have runners, who have administrators in the office, have a way of being verified that indeed this application comes from this registered professional. So we look into that and communicate to the relevant municipality. Yeah, I think that is that in terms of the questions that I noted.
All right, thank you very much. Any panel member who has any question they think they will respond to? Otherwise, we'll move on. Thank you very much. We are now at the last final panel for the session that we were at. So I think I will request the presenters to come to the front. Can I see questions while they are coming to the front? Yes. If you have lost your spectacles, there's a pair here. They are here, so. Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. Yet again, I'm Dudu Zilema Major from Marine Local Municipality. I hope the power doesn't go off again. I've got a question for Mr. Olifir with regards to using OVIO. Let's say for a smaller institution that would like to use OVIO, I saw when you were displaying that there were sections for comments from the fire department and other departments where you rotate your plans to for comments. In a smaller municipality, you would find that the fire department is lying in the district. Will the district have to get their own license to use OVIO, or can they share the same OVIO that will be used with the local municipality that will be submitting to them for comments? Number one. Number two, what are the disadvantages? I know of an institution that had an OVO account. They didn't pay, and that municipality was locked out from accessing the services. And I don't know, was that an error or is that how it runs? Because if that's the case, it limits the communication or continuous communication between the external clients and the local authority. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? Yeah, there's a hand there towards the back.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mjabuli Sekanyile from eThekwini Municipality. My question is posed to Professor Townsend from Heritage Council. I just wanted to find out if the Heritage Council is doing anything to shorten the period of the application for the clearance. Because the 3 months is a bit frustrating to the homeowners. The 3 months waiting period to get feedback. Is the Heritage Council doing anything to shorten that period?
All right. Any further questions? Yes.
Thank you, kind sir. My name is Kagiso Rasepai from Midvaal Local Municipality. I would just like to take you aback a bit. During lunchtime, I asked a question to a SACAP official, and they gave me an answer. But I would like to ask it in here for the benefit of everybody who's in the hall. I was asking a question in relation to the identification of works again, to say we are well aware that an airport can only be designed by a professional architect. But what if the management of the airport now wants a subserving building which is within a category of other registered professionals? Can they now be afforded an opportunity to do the works in that regard, or is it still limited to professional architects only? So the answer will be provided for the benefit of everyone in here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Before we close the question-answer session with answers from panelists, I'm giving this last round. Any question? Thank you very much. Panelists, you can attend to the questions. Mr. Olivier, I think you are the first.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for that question. I think it's very valid. So we've got a scenario at the Cape Agulhas municipality where they circulate to the district council. So it's very much possible, and district council, or let's call it the external commenters, are not liable for licenses. It's the municipality that remains the client. As to the lockout of users, I don't know which exact client you're referring to, but our appointments are managed through SLAs with the municipalities, and the license periods and the fees payable are based on the SLA. If those expire, then obviously at some point in time the system will be shut off. We don't play the game of withholding information, so there would be adequate time for the municipality to retrieve any information in the system.
It would perhaps just be easier just to answer your question if I knew which province you were in. Could you just say? Because KZN. Okay. Look, the longer answer to the question is it depends which heritage authority you're talking to. There's a national heritage authority that has offices in different places. Yes. And each province has a provincial heritage authority. In KZN, you have a MAFA. In KZN, it's additionally complicated because you have both the National Heritage Resources Act, which applies here, and those difficult sections I referred to, Section 34 and Section 38, are mirrored in the KZN Act. KZN is, you are the only province that has its own act, but it's not complete. It only has some sections that are the same as in the National Heritage Resources Act. So AMAFA had this very difficult question of every application that comes in, is it being dealt with only under the KZN Act or under the National Act as well? So here you have an additional problem. I don't know KZN very well. I'm here from the Western Cape. I know that much better. I know better how Gauteng is operating. I know better how Eastern Cape is operating. I'm sure that KZN, AMAFA, are doing their best to improve the times, the turnaround times. I can't say more than that. I'm not from AMAFA, but I think that the short answer is that yes, you in your local authorities should be pursuing them. But one thing, now you asked me a question, I've remembered something I should have said earlier. Not only should you persuade your local authority as BCO to do those surveys that I was talking about so you could get the exemptions, I must point out that Section 30 and Section 31 of the National Heritage Resources Act both require, it's a must, they shall do surveys. They shall do surveys. Whenever a local authority does planning, it must do surveys for heritage. So what I should have just pointed out that not only must you persuade your local authority that your job is being made difficult in doing this work, but if your municipality does not do these surveys and does not go for the exemptions, they are breaking the law.
Can we get a mic here? Oh.
Thank you, Professor Townsend. Program Director, I just want to give some comments to our speakers from the National Building Control Forum, if it's permitted. I'll start with Professor Townsend. Professor, through the forum, your expertise would in the profession that you were in or still practicing in, or your passion for heritage, is going to assist building control to form the platform for local authorities to engage with you regarding Grade 3 heritage accreditation, which is an aspect that is identified in the National Heritage Resource Act. And the reason for this is to build resilience in our changing times to ensure efficiency with the compliance with the National Heritage Resource Act, talking to heritage compliance in local authorities. So further to that, in terms of what you presented, you are correct. Other applicable laws does bind the local authority in decision making. So yeah, thank you for that. And we look forward to communicating with you with that respect. We have been guided by AMAFA through the executive to make contact with you. Hence, further to that engagement, we have invited you for this convention. Mr. Opperman, your guidance when you occupied the post as the technical expert at NRCS and the support you have provided the National Building Control Forum and local authorities in interpretation of the National Building Regulations is legendary. We salute you and we will always liaise with you for assistance and guidance. Thank you very much. Mr. Oliver, Building Control will engage with this software that you presented. Thank you very much, through the BCO of Kruger Municipality. Coincidentally, Nico Lampert is also an executive member of the National Building Control Forum. Mr. Brian van Wey. It's an excellent example of incremental housing. It's actually, amazing to see how compliance with the standards highlights quality of a product. And it's a fine example of building resilience. We understand there is challenges with compliance with regards to XA. However, just to let you know that we've been looking at the old SABS 0401. And just recently, we noted that there's an instruction from the human settlements to forge ahead with a standard of a similar nature. So we've been requested through TC60 to start the voting processes. So hopefully the wheel is turning regarding resilience in that area. Mr. Yugasin Bramudu, we will ensure the Timber Institute of South Africa is contacted to roll out training through you to ensure capacity building relating to timber roof structures and the design in local authorities. EXA is also required to play an important role. So thank you from the National Building Control Forum. We just wanted to highlight those comments and those aspects to the speakers. Thank you, Program Director.
There was a question, I'm not sure, is it Mr. Toto, are you responding to it?
Yeah. So basically, an airport is quite a complicated building. And if there are any additions, obviously there must be a flow with the main building. So we believe that there's still complexity. And I think you'd require a professional architect to design, to make sure that there's a flow with the entire building. So it's something that we can take to our technical committee to have a look at it, and then we can communicate further with MITVAR. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Do you have a mic, say, the guy with the head, red head? Did you raise your hand? No, okay. Last word, Rudolph. Last word.
Well, I think a great conference, Program Director. All we can wish everybody a good time. We are a family dealing with the building industry, and let's not kill it. Let's grow it. Nurture the industry that provides us a salary. So that's all. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
President.
Loin, do you have anything? Loin, am I wrong? Yeah. Do you have any last word? No, thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, panelists, for responding to the questions. Someone for Voice of Thanks here, Sbu Devele.
Program Director, participants of this National Building Control Officers Forum Convention under the theme Building Resilience in Changing Times. It's been a great pleasure to engage with you. On behalf of Tekwini, I would like to extend our appreciation and gratitude to everyone that has taken part in this momentous occasion, starting from the political leadership, our Deputy Minister and the Ubabu Mayor, the executives of the NRCS, PCOs from all municipalities, our presenters, guest speakers, and panel members. I observed that this engagement of today has been very frank, robust, thought-provocative, and informative. I hope that all of you have internalized the knowledge that has been exchanged here and you'll be in a position to apply it in your respective areas of operations to build the resilient cities, that will be able to withstand the climate and economic challenges that are facing, or that is facing our country. Last but not least, our gratitude goes to the organizers and sponsors of this convention. Please drive safely home. God bless. I thank you.
Thank you very much for those wonderful words. I see ladies have got some bags there. Does it involve this session or not? All right, thank you very much. I think from my side, there's been a lot of learning, understanding the sector, and I think as a person not directly in that industry, I have learned few things, and I guess those whom is their profession, there is a lot to ponder on and take home with. It's not everywhere where you have to show that you are somewhere by the leftover foods or sweets or that you carry, and then everybody can see that you are somewhere. But what you do tomorrow based on the information you receive today is what we will be grateful for in the service that you render to the public. I mean, from issues relating to incrementalism that we had in the presentations, I know we are in an era where we do, in most instances, we want things change overnight. And it's a process for us to plan and live according to the plan. I know somebody touched on NDP before, but I don't know where we are at that program. So it takes a lot about plan and the implementation process. You know, whether it's competent persons dealing with trustees and all this and the bodies that do so is very important. You end up losing a lot of money because you did something wrongly. You can do it right first time, save money, save life. I'm not just sure if we will be able to go and inspect roofs every year or not, but I guess it can happen to make sure that we are more safer. But there are many nice things that we think if we are doing them correctly, we should be well sorted. I mean, interesting, the issues of heritage coming into this and how long it takes and what needs to be done. Thank you very much, Prof. Torsten, for those ideas. I think the BCOs have heard that, and they also need some clarities on how other things are processed. And so I guess you said MAFA, or I don't know what it is, but I guess they should take some responsibilities to improve how work happens in that area, you know. From paper-based systems, you know, to becoming digital, and you can see that even some of us who not in that area, but our work as well require attention to make sure that we are able to deliver on our mandate and service the persons better. So thank you very much for that as well. Right, those were the remarks by Thomas. And I am done. Is there anything outstanding? Yeah, because I won't say those things that if I have what in the red. No. I hate no one. I'm hurt by no one. The program is done. So NRCS and the colleagues who are in this industry and the eThekwini municipality and everybody and the presenters who have done an excellent job, thank you very much. If there is nothing else to be done, I have not been given any powers, but this program has ended. Thank you. Travel safely, those who are traveling. Thank you very much.